Right, stand for the flag salute.
Allegiance to the flag
To the flag
of the United
of the
States
United States of America,
To the republic
to the republic which it stands,
under God,
God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
I mean, today. We have a few minutes at the beginning of our meeting for topics that's not on the agenda. We have a limited 5 minutes. If you have something you would like to come forward.
Thank you, Chair Carey. I'm coming to address the Planning Commission as we move forward as a city, and to remind the Planning Commission of its role and its duty to our citizens. I've been pretty public about the gag law that was imposed upon commissioners, not only this commission, but other commissions, where people can be falsely accused and tried and embarrassed in our city in order to, and the purpose of that law is to try to influence the decision of this commission, these commissioners. The problem when you have a law like that in place is that all decisions are suspect of being less than objective and being a product of undue influence. And I know that all of you thought, I'm not going to sign this thing, but it nevertheless applies to you, whether you sign it or not. And in fact, you could discipline just for not signing it. That's going to play itself out in the future. That isn't going away. The city is going to repeal that law eventually. It will. Right now, you're all subject to it, but it's going to go away. But for now, sword of Damocles hangs over your heads. And when you make easy decisions, the law may not seem to come into play very much. But tonight, you're going to have a tough one. Tonight, the police station comes before you, a permitting issue. And there's a lot of politics behind this. And you've seen the abuse that I underwent getting involved in politics. And the purpose of that law is to try to steer this commission and move toward a political agenda of the city. And I'm here right now talking to you to remind you of what the law says that your duty is. And I have absolute confidence in all of you that you will perform your duties. But one of your duties under the law is to look out for the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens. When you are acting in a quasi-judicial function, where you're sitting as a judge of evidence and the law, and your duty is to look out for the health, welfare, and safety of our citizens, it's harder for judicial officers or people making judicial decisions not to bow to public opinion. We see it all the time in our lives where courts make tough decisions where there's contentious issues. So I'm asking that you remember that's what your duty is here under the law. And that's why I wanted to talk to you about it before we started the hearing today. Thank you.
Anyone else? talk about?
So
What meeting starts?
I just have a question. You have the police station on the agenda as a public hearing. So if you want to speak about that public hearing, you should wait till that public hearing, is that correct?
Yes, this is not the time for anything on the agenda.
Because it's there'll be a separate hearing for that.
Yes.
Thank you.
We have the planning commission meeting minutes from last month. Issues or corrections?
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
And it's now 6:07 PM and the public hearing is now open. Try the right one. This is a quasi judicial land use hearing. The subject of this hearing is a request for a variance and lot line adjustment. The subject property is identified in the county assessor's maps as lot 900 and 901 on map 4N1W4AA. The applicant is Jason Mills. The owner is Mason Mills Contracting LLC. Because quasi judicial proceedings require the observance of certain procedural formalities, we'll take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and required statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare an ex parte contact, conflict of interest, or bias in this matter? None? Does anyone from the audience object to the ability of the commissioner to make a fair decision about this matter?
I can't hear it.
I'll speak a little louder. Just ask if anybody had a concern that any commissioner can make a fair decision on this matter. You have any? We haven't got into it yet. It's just whether you think that we can't make a fair decision, that's all.
Well, you just showed my house up there on that.
We're not there yet.
Oh,
You'll have your time. If you're the applicant. Okay. Generally, the order of proceedings will be as follows. This will help you up. Required statements, staff report, applicant's presentation, that's yours. Those in favor of the application, neutral testimony, those opposed, rebuttal by applicant, questions, close of the record, deliberations, and decisions. We don't always do all of those, but they're there if we need them. The following statements are required to be made at the commencement of the hearing pursuant to the city code and ORS 197.7635. The following is a list of the applicable substantive criteria for this decision. City of St. Helens Municipal Code 17.108.0501A through E, criteria for granting a variance. St. Helens Municipal Code 17.140.050, special provisions for parcels created through the partition process. And the City of St. Helens Municipal Code 17.140.0601, lot line adjustment approval standards. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards the applicable substantive criteria as described or other criteria in the plan, such as a comprehensive plan or land use regulation, such as that found in the development code, which the person believes applies to the decision. Failure to raise an issue, including constitutional or other issues related to the proposed conditions of approval in this hearing in person or in writing, or failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the approving authority an opportunity to respond to the issue, precludes appeal to LUBA, the Land Use Board of Appeals on that issue, and precludes an action for damages in circuit court. Does the staff have a report?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there will be an opportunity for testimony, but I'm going to go through our staff report really quickly first. So tonight we're looking at a variance. Let someone in here. We're looking at a variance for a lot line adjustment. So the applicant actually owns 3 individual lots, and they're pictured here on this map. So there's 2 lots, kind of where I'm tracing my cursor now. And those 2 lots are developed with a single family dwelling here. So that single family dwelling is actually on top of a lot line for the 3rd lot that the applicant owns, which is here. And this map is showing a lot of these crazy contour lines underneath, and that's because these lots are incredibly steep slope. And there's some photos in the staff report that show that steep slope. So the street is much higher than the back of the lot, so they slope towards the back. And I should back up and say that we're on South Sixth Street. This is just south of Columbia Boulevard, kind of across the street from kitty corner from the Twilight House. You're familiar with that area. Oh, for ex parte contact?
Yeah.
Okay, so we did just have a commissioner arrive. We should go through that process really quickly.
I'll ask you a question again.
Yeah.
Did any member of the commission wish to declare an ex parte contact conflict of interest or why this matter? You.
And nothing.
Anyone in the audience object to the ability of this commissioner? Besides us, to make a fair decision.
He's just now arriving. Okay, great.
We've got covered.
Thank you.
Let's settle the picture.
So backing up again, the purpose of this variance request is because this single family dwelling is over this lot line, the applicant would like to move the lot line south so that it's meeting the setback requirement. So normally a house would be set back 5 feet from a property line. Right now it's encroaching about 6 feet. So the applicant would like to move that line. So this is the applicant's proposed lot line. So this should look familiar. You've got your double lot here and then your southerly lot here. The house encroaches over that lot line. And so the applicant's proposing moving that lot line so that it meets the 5-foot setback requirement along the side and meets the 10-foot setback requirement along the rear. So that's the purpose of tonight's hearing. It's a lot line adjustment for that. We'll get into why there's a variance needed here shortly. So, first, I'll say the applicant was able to locate a property corner right here. So just to the property to the south. And that's what these measurements are based on. So as a condition of approval, if you all decide to approve this tonight, we will need to verify this with a surveyor. That's a pretty typical condition. So the first half of the staff report just talks about the different lot line adjustment requirements. So we make sure that the lots that are being altered are still meeting the minimum lot size requirement. So the lot that's being reduced in size is going from 5,800 square feet down to 5,080 square feet. So it's still meeting the minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet. The other thing we do is look at lot dimensional standards. So one of the requirements for this zoning district is that the lot's minimum width is 50 feet. And you can see here that the applicant is proposing a 46-foot wide lot. And so that's the purpose of the variance. The lot would normally be able to be adjusted without you all reviewing this if it was 4 feet wider. If it was 50 foot at the street, he could do this administratively. So that's kind of the key issue here tonight is, do we feel like this lot, still has a buildable envelope, is kind of the question that we ask in the staff report. So one of the things to consider is that anything built on this lot would still have to meet the 5-foot side setback requirements. So if you take out the 2 5-foot sides, you've got a buildable envelope of about 36 feet in width. And I've seen homes that are narrower than that get built recently. And so that's just kind of a question for the commission is 36 foot a reasonable building envelope for this area? Aside from that, it's a pretty cut and dry variance request. As with all variances, we look to see that there's unique circumstances, and in this case, it's incredibly steep slope. So I think you could say that's a unique challenge to development of this lot and would warrant a potential exception to the code. The other important criteria is that it's not self-imposed. The applicant did not build the house over the property line, and so I think it's a pretty clear finding that the commission could make about this not being self-imposed. I will just show kind of a really good photo that demonstrates the topography and the proposal a little bit better. So this is standing at the back of the applicant's house, looking towards Sixth Street. And you can just see how incredibly sloped this area is. So the proposal would be that the new lot line is this blue line here, 5 feet from the edge of that house. So that's all I have. Any questions for me?
I did have a question. I remember from my previous employer that there was a wetland land use notice for this property.
Okay.
That was some. It was a little bit wide, a little relevant for those wetlands. On the other side, not in this area.
Oh, okay. Is it on
But
6?
the Department of State Lands determined that not to be any wetlands there, so. I just didn't see it mentioned.
Okay. Is it this area or different? Oh, okay.
Area.
I remember that.
Good.
Any other questions for me or
So I've been on the property.
can we open it up?
Any other questions with that? Okay. So the applicant, do you have a presentation? You want to talk?
That was it. I am the applicant, but yeah, that was it. She did a great job. Yeah, I just needed to bite off that little piece there. We still wanted to keep it on a buildable lot. I don't even know that lot is gonna be developable. It's on a pretty steep slope. But I wanted to break that off as a buildable lot, possibly. It's close to the Twilight House. Although that's a diminishing return, of course, because it's a movie. You can see that having a small ADU up there types thing that may go across the street and maybe right on a daily or in the Halloween season or something. And I think that the concern from the neighbors here, it's gonna be this more traffic up there. But I'm not even sure that that's gonna happen. I would just like to see that sectioned off as an option to sell or keep, or if we ever sell that property down below, to keep that. Anyway, that was my purpose for it. I don't know if I have a long-term plan. I just want
Makes
to
sense.
keep that piece.
Thank you, Jason.
Should an ADU be built on it? Separate one?
I'm sorry, I should say a small dwelling. That's what I was after. Sorry.
If you kept it, it would be your ADU.
Of course, well, it would be a separate, yeah, taxable, yeah.
Let off the other usable lot.
There's 3 lots there. The lot down below, he said exactly right. That is, I've been there for a few months and it does flood. But just over this last winter, we had a really big downpour and right there in the basin there, it did flood. Yeah, right there. So that's not buildable. So, and that's a really park-like right there. There's like deer that grew up there. I've watched them grow and I mean, it's really like a big park. So that is just a super steep hill and it really, at the buildable level of that lot that I'm proposing, you're above the roof of that house. So it's really up there a ways. There's only a portion of it that would be buildable anyway, so I'm not sure.
Thank you. Do we have any, anyone to testify in support of the application? In support? Can you come up to the table? Come up to the table, you can hear us better and we can hear you better.
I can't hear.
Yeah, that's why you should be up here. You can stay there too if it's better to hear.
So just state your name,
John Schmidt,
John Schmidt, okay. And then you, if I recall, you live here, right at South? Are you at 175?
yes,
Okay,
So, you're coming up to testimony in support of the application?
yeah, I'm not for it.
So, in opposition, okay,
Because I don't, I mean, the Twilight House is been a lot for everybody up there, still is, it's getting worse, but I don't want, you know, changing that so they can build a house that leaves it in close, you know, right against my house again. I like the little breathing room. It's not for it.
any questions of it? Thank you.
That's all I got.
If you want to stay there, to hear better, you can. Anyone else have, it all mixed up, but anyway, you supported the application, neutral or in opposition? Seeing none. The applicant, you are allowed to have a rebuttal if you want.
Well,
You come up here and look, and just,
sure. He and I have talked about this too, and that if I were to put this lot for sale, that he may. We talked to him, and they talked to him right after about possibly dividing this lot off and allowing him to purchase it so he can keep this close to his house. But we can't even do any of that unless we get pre-approval, and this is not even an approval until I get a survey.
Yeah.
So I'm not even sure the survey until the survey says that it's gonna be accurate. It's just, you guys have to give us a step forward. And if you do, then we can move on to other steps here, but.
okay. Great, thank you. You can stay there if you want, just, you can hear better.
Okay, I can hear it, yeah.
Oh, I was thinking about him.
Okay.
That's all right.
Okay,
Thanks, John.
does the commission have any final questions of staff or the applicant? Hearing no further questions from the commission, no further responses from staff, the public hearing is closed. And the matter is returned to the table for deliberations and oral discussion.
My first thought is that 36-foot wide building envelope, I don't think that's a problem at all. I think they could find something to be built. Have house plants that built on 25-foot lots, so I don't, that's a non-issue, and then it's not self-imposed, so. I'm supportive of it.
Me too, it makes sense to at least break it out.
Move the line out from under the house for sure.
Yeah.
We run into
For
a lot
whatever
of that.
reason, yeah. So, you have any?
No, I think it's, very simple.
We ever got you, Russ, on the,
I don't have any further comments. It's pretty straightforward.
do we have a motion?
I'll move that we approve the variance with the stipulation, or not a stipulation, that it's subject to a survey. I don't know how we say that in the motion.
Just as recommended by staff.
As recommended by staff.
All in favor?
Aye.
And then one more motion for findings.
Motion for sign,
Yep.
So moved.
second,
Seconded.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, it's approved. All right, thank you for coming in.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for.
Really?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Let's do a small something within here.
Activity report.
Okay. When for an activity report, 5 minutes, is that enough time?
Yeah, I forgot to review it in advance to remind myself of what was on there. But everybody's favorite project, the ones on Gable Road, the apartments, those continue to move along as far as occupying their buildings, and have a meeting with them later this month for the next one. As they continue to occupy, the expectancy of completion increases, so we have a meeting about that.
How many more buildings do they have to be occupied?
I think 5, well, 6. And the one they're hoping to get by the end of the month, I believe, and that'll leave 5. If my memory serves me correct, there was the larger L-shaped building and then the 4 row house looking buildings.
So a sidewalk was put in to make sure people aren't just crossing the road.
And that's part of, as more buildings are occupied, more people, there's a commensurate necessary site improvement.
It looks like it's more under control, at least from driving by perspective. Cause at first it was ugly.
Is the crosswalk gonna go to something on the south end? There's no sidewalk or even.
No, there's not,
Anything to step.
and then there's a bike lane on the other side, and one of the most recent riddle to solve was to make sure that that bike lane is not just 2 feet wide. So it is more of a usable surface by pedestrians, so there'll be some paving on that side of the road is anticipated for that.
The bike lane's on the east side of the road, right? Isn't this crosswalk on the head side? I don't think it's on the same size as bike.
Are you talking about the mid-block crossing?
Yeah, mid-block cross.
Funny little crosswalk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
So the Walmart side, where they need to, on the apartment side, you'll have the full-blown sidewalk, cycle track, landscape strip, curb, all that fun stuff. On the other side, it'll just be the primitive bike lane, but wide enough to be.
I see what you're saying. Not something in addition to the bike lane. I got you.
Yeah, it's just making the bike lane, because there's a shift, a little bit of a shift overall in the improvements.
I have something that will take 2 minutes.
Okay.
It's a primer. So under FYI, I was gonna bring this up. So at the last meeting or 2 meetings ago, you scored for the CLG grant awards, the preservation grants. And in my memo, I talked about picking a backup project. And I failed to do so, and it looks like we may need to do that. And so I looked at all of your scores, and of course, second place is tied. So it's tied between the county's Clock House Tower Restoration Project and the Klondike's Restaurant Project. So I will be asking you during FYI to talk about that. I have your score sheets. I was gonna hand them out. It could be a doozy of a meeting and you might be all very exhausted, and I I'm just priming that topic. It's unfortunate, and we could talk about it a little bit more, like what's happened to the first place person, and I'm hoping that they will still be able to use it, but it's just looking a little dicier, so. Got 2 minutes?
Nope.
Honestly, it's-
Application meeting on Great Cliffs Drive.
Oh, yeah, so that's a property that Rich Bailey and Darrell Kersley have owned for years and years and years until recently. They sold it. And it's a larger property abutting the east side of the Botanical Gardens. Pretty large in size with wetlands, sewer access is kind of finicky. But they're talking about partitioning it. And it's kind of a similar situation that we saw on Belton Road, where the street is really narrow. There's already a lot of houses developed. There are undeveloped lots which have the entitlement to be built upon because they exist. And so we'll be facing, well, me, if it's appealed, it gets to you facing some of the puzzles on that, should they proceed with it.
Already plotted.
No,
Lots, no.
no, it was the pre-application meeting to talk about the partition. You know, some of the circumstances with that, the potential, they would also like to extend the sewer line. And the sewer line's up here. The building site's down here, and so there would be
Some capacity issues.
steep, well, they'd have to pump.
Right.
Yeah. So we'll see how that goes.
Great. Right. Time is now 6:30 PM. The public hearing is now open. This is a legislative land use hearing. The subject of this hearing is amendments to the St. Helens Community Development Code. The applicant is the Columbia Community Mental Health. Because legislative procedures require the observance of certain procedural formalities, the commission must take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and required statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare a conflict of interest or bias in this matter? None? Does anyone from the audience want to object to the ability of the commission to make a fair decision? None? Rules of the conduct of the hearing are set forth on the handout on the table at the back of the room. Generally, the order of proceedings will be as follows: required statements, staff report, applicant's presentation, those in favor of the application, those opposed, rebuttal by applicant, close of the hearing, close of the record, deliberations, and recommendation. The following statements are to be made at the commencement of the hearing. The standard for recommendation by the commission shall be based upon City of Sun Hills Municipal Code 17.20.120.1 and 2 standards for legislative decision. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards the applicable standards previously listed, or list such criteria in the code or plan which the person believes applies to the recommendation. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So tonight we're looking at a comprehensive plan map change and a zone change for community mental health, Columbia Community Mental Health. And so hopefully you're familiar with the site, but here's a good aerial showing the site as it's developed today. The first page of the staff report goes through pretty lengthy land use history for the site. Most of the development has occurred post 2003 to today. So I'm just going to go through that really briefly. So the site, the main campus of CCMH is just under 21,000 square foot. It's on this 4.1 acre parcel here. It was developed with a county land use decision in 2003, and they pulled county building permits in 2004. So fairly recently. And then in 2005, this 4.1 acre parcel was annexed into the city. And in 2016, they received approval to expand their parking lot kind of in this area here. Jacob was involved in that decision. And then in 2017, they received a county approval to build out a portion of the 5.67 acre parcel. So the larger, the second parcel here. And they built a 2,500 square foot modular building. And then they also got permission to convert an existing single family dwelling located on Gable to support their services. And that's where my cursor is right there. So as part of, I'm sorry, one more decision. So in 2018, then they also built 2 more modulars. They're kind of hard to see in this aerial, but they're just south of that larger one here. And then at that time, they annexed this larger parcel into the city as well, because of connection to city water. So the main campus is on city sewer. I kind of had to dig into some old land use history. I had to get the plans from the county to figure out their sewer system. It's a private pump station and a pressurized system, but it is connected to city sewer. And then all of the other structures on this 5.67 acre parcel are on septic systems, and all structures are on city water. So it's sort of a messy utility situation, and it took some time to figure all that out. So as with all zone changes, we send out notice to utilities. The Columbia County Public Works said that they didn't have any concerns with this zone change, and that Gable Road is a city street in this area. We know. So zone changes require us to look at statewide planning goals compliance. And so I kind of want to go through some of the relevant statewide planning goals. And I'll pull up the zoning map here. So the specific request is to turn this light gray into red. So it's light industrial to general commercial. And you can see there's kind of a trend of general commercial along Gable Road here. This is Walmart, this is the Starbucks, Mod Pizza area, and then this is the area that's being developed into apartments. So one of the statewide planning goals requires us to look at economic development. And what does the city have for economic development? Well, it's our economic opportunities analysis. So we looked at that document to see if rezoning from light industrial to general commercial would harm our industrial lands. And that EOA, you know, it's out of date. It's from 2008. We have plans to update it. And in fact, we are working on a technical assistance grant to update that EOA. But we've got to use what we have. And it concluded that in 2008, we had a surplus of industrial lands of at least 78 acres at the time. And so since 2008, we've rezoned some industrial land. You know, we rezoned the Veneer property to 25 acres. And then we had a smaller rezone of about 1 acre from light industrial to apartment residential. That still means we have a 52 acre surplus of industrial lands, according to the research in 2008. So to say that this rezone would impact our industrial lands, you know, we don't feel like there's a finding there. We feel like there's enough industrial lands using the document we have to support the rezoning. In addition to that, the EOA also found that there's a shortage of approximately 10 acres of commercial lands. So not only do we have enough industrial land according to that EOA, but we also have a shortage of commercial lands. So that document is pretty supportive of the rezone. So something else we do when we rezone, we look at applicable comprehensive plan policies. And I just wanted to highlight a couple. So one is in the light industrial category. It says it's the policy of the city of St. Helens to apply this light industrial category where light industrial's concerns have become established and where vacant industrial sites have been set aside for this purpose. So digging into the history of the site, there's never been industrial development on this site. So I don't think, you know, if anything, we know there were some residential uses along Gable Road here. And then I wanted to point out that the general commercial comprehensive plan policies say to encourage new commercial development in and adjacent to existing and well-established business areas. You know, Gable Road's a higher classified street. It's highly trafficked. It's very accessible for people who wanted to access, you know, general commercial uses. You know, the existing entrance to Walmart, which is well established, is about 1,000 feet from the existing property. So I think, you know, you can say that the comprehensive plan commercial policies support this rezone as well. So one other thing that we look at is our implementing ordinances. So this is where we get into what are the existing uses of the site. So the CCMH campus is considered an office use, which is an allowed use in the proposed general commercial district, while office use is not an allowed use in the light industrial zone. And that's kind of the crux of why CCMH is requesting this zone change. Any office expansion on this site wouldn't be allowed as a permitted use. And so, you know, they'll talk about that in their testimony. I know they're here tonight, but that's kind of why we're here. Also, within the implementing ordinances section, we talk about the transportation planning rule. So when we rezone property, we have to look at how is this going to change our traffic in the area? How is this going to impact you know, development assumptions? So the transportation planning rule requires that we determine if this zone change will significantly impact a transportation facility, and significantly impact is defined further in the code. And so this requires that we look at reasonable worst case scenario development with the existing zoning compared to the proposed zoning. And in order to assist with this, CCMH prepared a transportation planning rule compliance memo. They involved a traffic engineer. And I am not a traffic engineer, so I couldn't tell you how they developed this trip cap. Although I could, maybe the applicant could describe it a little bit better than I can. But basically, we looked at the existing development on this smaller parcel, the 4.1 acre site, and said, it's unlikely in the next 20 years, which is our transportation systems planning horizon, that this would get redeveloped in the future. So for traffic considerations, we don't need to look at this smaller parcel. It's gonna stay the CCMH campus within the planning horizon. But for this larger parcel, the 5.67 acre parcel, it's underdeveloped today. It's got a couple modulars, it's got some residential homes that were converted. And so we focused our efforts on looking at reasonable worst case traffic impacts for the larger parcel. And that memo looks at, well, what are the existing uses allowed in the light industrial zone? Comes up with a trip generated cap, and then applies that to the zone change. So the way the staff report is written is that we're concluding that with this zone change, we have a recommended trip cap of 1,107 daily trips for the site. And this will ensure that any future development on the site would not significantly impact the city or state transportation system, meeting the TPR requirements. So with this zone change within the planning horizon, if we apply this trip cap, there will be no significant impact on the transportation system. So that's what our recommended solution to the TPR rule is. And we can talk about that. I'm sure there'll be testimony about that. And so the last thing I wanted to point out is spot zoning. We always make sure with zone changes that we're not proposing a spot zone. And so I've got the zoning map to kind of show the overall zoning scheme. You know, there's general commercial on the one side. If you kind of look at the width of Walmart and the width of the proposed zone change, I think we're continuing a trend along Maple Road, and I think that the commission could find that this is not a spot zone just because of that trend of general commercial. And that's all I have.
Questions for staff?
Yeah.
I've got a question that on the two maps you have the company plan. 2180. It's not shaded in. I've got two sides here, one shaded in and the other.
Oh, I see where, yeah, so the comp plan is showing all properties within the urban growth boundary. And the zoning map is showing only city limits. So any white areas in the zoning map are not in the city limits.
No questions, staff? Right, it's time for the applicant's presentation, if you have one.
We'll do a joint.
Fine. Big name.
Jacobson.
Usually the applicant is.
Al Peterson, 101 St. Helens Street. Jacobson is the director of CCMH.
Sorry.
Okay.
I can start. I do have a handout I can provide you. If you want.
It'll become part of the record.
Okay, sure. It's not well written.
Did you want the commissioners to each get a copy?
Sure, please. You want to read it? It's one page. So. Jim did a good job, so I'm not going to repeat what's already said, but the gist of our application is that, Columbia Community Mental Health is our community behavioral health or community mental health program designated by the Oregon Health Authority. And our mission is to create safe, supportive opportunities for healing and recovery for residents of Columbia County. One of the things that we are looking at doing is using this property to expand our current services and improve the continuum of care to meet the need that it continually is increasing not only within our county, but within the state and the nation as a whole. Much of this expansion will happen along the Gable Road parcel. I'm just repeating what's already been said, but I need to emphasize that CCMH has no intent on creating any sort of broadleaf manor type of complex. These are small continuum of care programs that I term that are shelter and care programs, which are designed and intended to prevent homelessness which is increasingly happening across not only in our county, but elsewhere in the state. As if you watch the news, you'll see that's happening. And a lot of those individuals are drug affected and mental health recipients, and best practices as they're being rolled out, as we're learning every decade and every year more about best practices to treat individuals, is part of what is required as shelter and care now that we're seeing an influx in homelessness. So if we want to treat people with mental health conditions and addiction issues, we need to not only get them off the street and into shelter. If you're familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, you have to make sure that their basic needs are met first. So in order for them to participate in meaningful recovery practices. So we need them housed, we need them fed, we need them clean, we need them engaging with us. These are not, what we're developing are programs designed to, that they, in order to enter them, you have to be agreeable to entering care with them.
These are individuals that are already on the branch.
Yes.
In our community. They're members of current.
As I was going to emphasize here, that these are only Columbia County residents. We're not shipping in anyone from Portland, Multnomah, Clatsop, Tillamook, or wherever you want. These are individuals that already live here in this community and are known to us. So rather than bringing them into care, stabilizing them, and then letting them go back out in the community and what we call decompensate, which is become sick or drug affected again, we're keeping them in these programs long-term so we can get them on a stable route to recovery so that they can become productive members of our community to the best extent possible. And we engage them in care so they're not being unsupervised at any time during their time in these programs. One of the things that I want to mention, because this brought up a lot, is that, very generous on the cap for traffic, is that, first of all, we've already hired the majority of staff that will be operating these programs or providing the services oversight for these programs. They're already in place. We got a few more that we need to hire, but we're going to hire them anyway, and we have locations for them. So we're not going to be adding any really more staff to it. The individuals that, based on the description I provided, most of these there are going to be exceptions to every rule. But the vast majority of these individuals do not own vehicles. They're not wealthy enough. They don't have a car. I mean, they usually get their tents from local nonprofits and other supplies from local nonprofits, and they're out there sleeping elsewhere. So they're not going to generate any traffic. I think 1,106 trips per day is incredibly generous that we would have to work really, really hard at in order to meet. Especially with the population.
Well, and I see that you don't have a drawing. We're not at that point. We're just talking about a zone change, but just something that had bothered me for a while is as we fill in growth, street improvement to keep people safe. A client that was connected with where I work was killed, on a bicycle on that stretch of road. So, there's not a lot of shoulder, there's not a lot of sidewalk. You do see a lot of people walking back and forth from Broadleaf to what I can assume is CCMH type facilities. And so I'm concerned about the summertime is a piece of cake, but in the wintertime, the lights and just making sure people are safe making that journey to services, because going to their counselor, going to their pharmacy or whatever. Just make sure people are accessing that building usually. Because there is no sidewalk or anything on that side of the street.
Well, one of the things that, to address that, one of the things that, a lot of this expansion and development is based on Oregon Health Authority grant funds that are provided to us for the purposes of these types of developments to expand our care. We've purchased 3 vehicles and we plan to purchase more vehicles. My point being is that a lot of the staff that we're hiring are what we call peer support specialists that will do a lot of the transportation. I'm not going to say that people won't walk, but transportation opportunities will be available to them. We are also in talks with Northwest Rides, which is our non-emergent medical transportation provider. They provide rides to individuals that are on the Oregon Health Plan, which are the vast majority of the individuals that will be receiving services there. So they have access to free rides to appointments, medical appointments and other stuff. So I'm not going to say that the amount of expansion, we're talking 23 possible individuals that will be additionally served in these programs, 23. I don't see that creating a lot of additional foot traffic. Plus we have the transportation requirements. So part of the program we need more staff space, so their office space will be a part of this development. This will allow us to develop 8 to 12 more offices for staff that we're bringing on to provide services. Again, those people are already employed and we're just stacking and racking right now in our Creekside Center. We will have 8 additional beds for what we call transitional support or the shelter and care model. Right now, we use a lot of our hotels in our community for that purpose. Not ideal because we can't put staff on site for those facilities. This model will replace or need to utilize hotel rooms and will allow us to have staff on site 24/7. So it'll always be supervised at any point. That's part of the treatment, shelter and care model. And the other development we'll be doing will be 15 transitional supportive housing. Again, their shelter and care, we get people into the shelters. The length of stay there is ideally no more than 12 months. And then we move into permanent housing. We have met their treatment goals and objectives. They're still usually engaged with us. But we move them out in permanent housing where we can then work with them there and monitor their care and make sure that everything's being addressed. But it's, again, rather than this model, which OHA is sort of pushing, the intended purpose is to, rather than treat them, stabilize them, put them back out on the streets, is to treat them, engage them in basic needs, shelter, food, one place and stuff like that. Give them at least 6 to 12 months of stable services, keep them clean, sober. Familiar with drug court models, that's one of the objectives, keep them clean for 12 months. The potential for relapse is lessened dramatically. Same sort of concept and philosophy here. Monitor, oversight, stabilize and get them back in the community. Work with them on getting jobs, paying taxes, and their citizens. Not living in tents.
Okay, I'm gonna take over now. I'm gonna briefly talk about the transportation, how we came up with that. I don't have the numbers in front of me. I think staff did a great job of presenting it, and you have the letter from the transportation engineer. Well, I do want to say that because of the way in which the zoning code is written, whenever we go for building permit, when we actually go for site development review, we are going to be required to do a transportation analysis. So rather than do it twice, the transportation engineer proposed we didn't feel that we should be doing a worst case scenario traffic impact analysis when we weren't going to build a worst case scenario in the first place. And since we're going to have to do a traffic impact analysis when we go for building permit, we may as well do a traffic impact analysis for what we're actually going to build. So the trip cap idea was worked out through the traffic engineer, through the city, with ODOT input, which said, look, ODOT, we're trying to follow this rule, but the city already has a rule that soon when we go for permit, we're going to have to do a traffic impact analysis anyway. So the traffic engineer suggested that, okay, let's take a look at what you're really going to do over the next 20 years. And we propose that as a trip cap, and we can meet the transportation planning rule. And for the zone change, meet the transportation planning rule. And then when we go for permit, we do a real traffic impact analysis for what you're actually going to build. So that's kind of where we are on that. And like everybody agrees, 1,000 trips a day is more than generous. So that's all I'm going to say about that. Now, I do have some additional evidence, which I think I should present, because today when I was going through our initial application and narrative, I realized that there really is something deficient in it. So I want to address that now. And I'm pretty sure I got enough copies here. Basically, what you've just heard is a form of housing. it's new housing and it's non-traditional housing, but it's a form of housing. And I was so focused on addressing the kind of shopping centers, commercial, everything that's related to commercial in my narrative, I completely forgot about housing. So this is a form of non-traditional housing, and what I'm presenting here, my discussion is 2 pages, and then I have 4 pages from the City of St. Helens Transportation System Plan. And the City of St. Helens Transportation System Plan actually does anticipate and points out that there is a deficiency of this kind of housing. In the Transportation System Plan, it is called group quarters. And that's at the bottom of page 15, which is the first attachment. So it talks about that there is a shortage, a documented shortage of this type of housing in St. Helens. And by providing essentially 15, 16 units in the future, that will be, that helps address a portion of the transportation system plan.
I think you mean the housing needs.
I mean, housing needs.
Question, I'm sitting here wondering a little distracted by, we have new exhibits presented to us and we have commissioners on Zoom. How do they get this information to take it into?
Yeah, the hybridization of meetings is not flawless. Is what I'll say.
I will set, for the record, I can send you an electronic copy, but obviously I'm sorry for, the person that's in the electronic. I was at a county, yeah, I was at a county planning commission last night. They had the same problem.
Okay.
Yeah, we can easily scan this and email it to Russ.
Yeah, I can send you an email as well. I mean, just not at the moment. So in any case, my point is, I think this is an important piece of information and should be included in the record because it's a documented need in the community. And by rezoning this property, it addresses that need, and that need cannot be met under the current zoning. So that's really all I wanted to say about that. And I'm just gonna, we did receive at 4 o'clock today, and I don't know, I assume you have it, a couple of letters from the Moores, who are adjacent property owners.
They don't, so the Moores are gonna testify tonight. They sent those,
Oh, okay.
this is what and they may have brought copies.
Okay, well then, I guess what I'll do then is I'll just wait till they testify and then in our rebuttal time, we'll address it as the rebuttal time.
Any questions of the this point? Take questions later.
Okay.
All right, now time for testimony in support of the application. Support. Testimony, neutral or in opposition.
You can go ahead.
All right, in opposition? Neutral. Okay, come on, it's good.
Thank you, Stephen Toskey, citizen of St. Helens. I think that the presentation meets the definition of a zone change to general commercial. It looks like things are headed in that direction. I was concerned about the proposed use and whether this would be a spot zoning. The way I read the code, it's more like, what is a general area? How's it moving along? And we do have a surplus of light industrial land. But the type of use that these folks have described is not allowed general commercial. The only residential would be residents above commercial under general commercial, so. I'm not sure what they're thinking about doing with the land, but and maybe you guys want to ask more questions about it, but it does not appear that their proposed use does not appear to fit with the general commercial.
Any other in opposition, if I go to another party?
Hi, I'm Sabrina Moore, nearby property owner. I'm here kind of to speak for the family. My husband and father-in-law couldn't make it tonight. I am glad that CCMH has outright stated what their proposed use for the land is, as a lot of my statement that I wrote was kind of improving that because it was very cagey. I do not, even with their saying that there isn't going to be traffic. My problem is kind of a few different things. The first one being that we all know they can come up here and promise you the moon on what is going to be done. But once that zone change has gone through, they can do what they want so long as it is usable in that zone. So saying we're not going to build a broadleaf arbor, they could. Possible. The traffic in that whole area is an absolute mess. We all know it is. We all know that the intersections are deficient. I think sometimes folks forget that it really is designated as a truck route. There are a lot of trucks that still use it. Even with our new Millard intersection, the way McNulty Way and Millard and Old Portland intersections are, they're not really navigable for large trucks. So we're all stuck using Gable, which I think most of the traffic in that area uses. So there's kind of one of my points. Another one of my points is when we bought into light industrial for a reason. We bought in the middle of it, surrounded by light industrial, thinking that we would have compatible uses around us. Residential treatment facilities, not a compatible use in light industrial. And although that particular piece of property may not be developed, all the way around it is. As for the spot zoning, I guess you can say it's a continuation of the zoning, but if you look at the map, McNulty Way is a very nice clean cut where general commercial stops. As it is across Gable Road, that line is almost straight across with where Broadleaf Arbor is, changing from general commercial to light industrial. So I think you really need to take into account the surrounding neighborhood, what has been done there and historically has been done there. One of the pieces, the piece directly across the street from them that is undeveloped right now has rail access. We're talking about putting a use in that's not compatible with the area, and the potential for more growth as light industrial is very good. This isn't just land that's in the middle of a neighborhood that, you know, got a couple of streets going to it and that's it. Rail service is kind of a big deal. I hope that you read the statement. I thought when I sent them to Jacob that they were distributed to everybody. So I guess my bad if that was not the case. There are two statements in there, one from my husband and father for property they own, one from me. We have been in that neighborhood since 1990. We have CCMH did used to be a good neighbor. They put up a fence when they originally went in. And for a long time, that kept the problems away from our property. The last handful of years, we have found wanderers shooting up drugs in our backyard, just wandering around in a daze. I mean, and the first question out of our mouth is, where did you come from? More often than not, CCMH is what we get told. One of my other concerns, I'm running down on time, sewer. The larger piece is not currently served by city sewer. It has one septic system. That septic system right now is at capacity. They cannot add to it. They don't have a more room that is approved for septic use. So that is another thing to take into consideration when you are looking at changing the zone of this property is the utility situation also. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Can you clarify where you live?
I live behind it. If you bring up the map, you know the white area that you guys were asking about? Most of that belongs to my family.
On Gable?
No, it is accessed off a construction way, which is a public road for the first block, and then it is private. So I've got one city lot out at Old Portland and Construction Way. I've got another chunk where it says 36061. I've got 36054, 56, 58, 535, and 050. It has been since 1990, labor of love that we've been building and developing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Sabrina, we're making copies of the letters for them.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have testimony in opposition? Yeah.
One more thing before we go to opposition, can I just add one thing on the neutral, 10 seconds?
Okay.
Thank you, Steve Toski again. I just want to correct something. It does say hotels and motels is a outright permitted use in GC, so still neutral.
Right, for that. Well, I am sympathetic for the housing crisis that we have. I think that frankly, we have had our more than fill for the apartment that Jacob refers to as everyone hates to hate. And adding additional people up to 15, or as Morris stated, maybe more. I think we don't need it. The water and sewer structure on that road is already inadequate. $50 million that we're gonna need to already improve that. The septic tank is not gonna cut it if you're gonna add an additional 15 homes or up to more or more. And the problem is that industrial brings in money to the city and residential costs us money, and we simply can't afford it. I mean, we have a development already on Gable Road that has tons of traffic. And there's going to be a huge tax burden to our city, and they're going to contribute zero taxes to our city. They're not going to contribute police. They're not going to contribute to schools. And I simply don't think that we can burden our citizens with an additional development of people that are low income, homeless, and are drug affected. And that are going to come here and need services that we can't afford to provide them. And I don't think it's fair to our citizens. And again, we need the industrial property, even though we currently have a surplus. Industrial brings in money, residential does not. And I think that we really need to consider the money that it's going to cost the city. You know, we cannot afford it. And I don't think that this is an appropriate use of this land, and that you should deny this rezoning. Not to mention the fact that we could have tons of traffic that is already there on an overburdened road already. When that development is full, good luck getting down that street. And that's already bad. So I would hope that you would not approve it. In addition, and I don't have the facts, but I've heard anecdotally that there's not a single person in the new development or arbitrary that is from our city. That every single person that's currently living there outside our city. There are 3 people there apparently from Scappoose. The rest all have come into this county. I don't think that's a good use of our facilities to be asking people from outside our county to come in.
Let's keep to the subject of the rezoning of this property.
That is subject to this rezoning of this property, is that we have enough adequate housing already. We don't need more.
Rezoning to commercial, not
Yeah.
residential.
Well, they just said they're putting residential there. Yeah.
That's not what they're deciding on zoning.
And the zoning is gonna be allow residential. You just stated that, so that's why I'm opposing it, that I don't want to have it rezoned to allow more residential.
Thank you. Any others, opposition? Yeah. Oh, hang on one second.
Yeah, before we, have opportunity before we conclude the, we're going to read the letter.
Let's take this comment and then read it before we close. Okay. All right. Say your name.
My name is Shauna Harrison, and I'm here in opposition to the zone change. I'm in opposition of it for a couple of reasons. The main reason is because I'm concerned about our lack of attracting any kind of industry and any kind of base for jobs in this area. That seems to be a continual problem. They had mentioned that they had already had their staff for this. Because it sounds like shelter and care, AKA, it's gonna end up becoming a residential facility. I don't know how you could spin it any other way, but that's ultimately what it's gonna be. Well, there's some safety concerns I have, especially, you know, after what happened with Jennifer Warren, who was killed out here. If you're not familiar with it, she was stabbed by a client. The vulnerability of the sector of people that we continue to bring in at the expense of our community for the profit of community mental health. I realize they offer a lot of things that are great. I realize that I'm definitely all about getting people that are in crisis the help they need, but it's feeling like it's on the burden in the back of this community. You change this to GC, you're opening that for that area in general. And if you look at our map and as we're our urban growth boundary plat and where we're going, we don't have this, I feel like it's a facade of the thing of we have light, this massive amount of light industrial. We really, for the expansion that you guys have for the urban growth boundary, we don't have that much business opportunity for companies to come in. I mean, next to CCMH and Pacific Stainless are our biggest employers out here. So obviously there's a huge housing crisis. It's really, it's very expansive in regards to that. I'm very concerned about safety. I don't see any law enforcement here, but I definitely think that that's something to be into consideration, considering the vulnerability of the sector of folks that are going to be gaining services at this level of shelter and care that has been mentioned. I'm concerned about what the goals are for us to attract jobs as a whole into our area. And how that's what we're gonna do with that. We can't just live off of tourism. It's just, I don't think that's sustainable at all. So I really hope that you guys take into consideration what this zone change is going to bring up. Reviewing the zone changes for general commercial. There's a lot of different options there that they ultimately can get conditional uses, which will facilitate them doing some kind of inpatient care, essentially. Hospitals, senior convalescent care facilities, lodges and things of that nature under conditional uses. So that's, I would like more, I think it should be thought of very, very thoughtfully about what you're doing and the vulnerability of the sector of people that are going to be getting services there and the impact it's going to make for the safety of our community. Thank you.
Anyone else in opposition of the application?
I wasn't going to talk, but now I'm going to. So my name is Jennifer Massey. I live in St. Helens. So in regards to, you know, as far as if this becomes residential, my husband is a police officer here in St. Helens. He has responded to those apartment complex almost daily. And I just validated that. There are overdoses, domestic violence that happen, and that's already one of those issues that's gonna get systemically worse just based on what it is. We already in this county do not have enough law enforcement, especially in St. Helens. We're on the verge of losing 24-hour coverage. We're one incident away from that. And there is no 24-hour coverage in Columbia County. Outside of St. Helens, we're the only place that has that. So there is a grave concern that if we are bringing in more, we have like 5 or 6 more buildings to fill. Even though I believe, I could be incorrect, that they're not supposed to have drugs or alcohol in that facility, that doesn't seem to be the case. So we're not only having that burden with the apartments, but then if we are gonna have any additional care facilities, I mean, I agree that it could exacerbate the issue with, we're already stretched to the gills on not having enough funding for officers. So as far as public safety, I'm out and about. I run all over this town. It is a big concern, and I do have empathy for the homeless and drug addicted people. I mean, the last time I checked, the Narcan use is up like thousands or 2000% from last year. It is an issue. So I'm wondering if we're having people that are not in this county, you know, in the apartments. And I don't know, when we say that people at the CCMH are from, you know, they're from Columbia County. If you're homeless, are you actually from here? Right there, it's known that there's people that are coming out from Portland. So then I'm asking again on the burden of the county and the city of St. Helens, moreover, is can we actually take on this burden when we are literally packed to the gills? And the public safety is my focus. So that's all I have to say. I think it should be taken into consideration.
Do anyone else have testimony in opposition?
It's all right.
Rebuttal by the applicant. We like to talk about that.
Yeah.
Does have to do with what they said, rezone.
Right. I just am gonna address a few things. A few inaccuracies, a couple of inaccuracies. One of the comments was that what they're proposing is not allowed in general commercial. It is allowed in general commercial. There's congregate housing is allowed in general commercial, and it's not allowed in light industrial. So that's part of the reason they want to change the zoning. The problem is, or essentially the problem is, the new paradigm of housing, and it's a new way at least in Oregon and this part of the world of dealing with the problems that we have. So what was talked about was essentially a care facility, which it's not a hotel. It's not just 24 hours. It's more than 24 hours, but it's not permanent in that, you know, they got to find somebody housing after, like was mentioned, more, the maximum is 12 months so that they can be treated and then they can move further into society. So it's difficult because there's nothing in the zone that specifically addresses it. So we have to find a similar use. So a similar use is congregate care or something like a nursing home or a hospital. There's nothing in the code that specifically addresses it. So the only zone that allows it as a conditional use and has the vaguely the definition of it is general commercial. And we're simply expanding the general commercial. As you already know, we already are working with a traffic engineer, and I've already stated before when we have a design prepared and we're ready to go for building permit, a traffic analysis is required. So we will be doing a traffic analysis, and that'll be a full-blown traffic analysis, not just a memo that you have today. Number two, some of the safety issues, again, those are issues that are dealt with at site design review. We have to get the zone change in order to even be allowed it. And then we have to go through site design review to deal with some of the safety issues that were brought up. I've already told CCMH they're probably gonna have to build a lot of sidewalk because they own a lot of lineal feet along the street. They already know that. And we've just started communications with a civil engineer to prepare a scope of work so that we know what we're talking about. We're basically in the beginnings of a planning stage for the CCMH campus. It has always been the central office building. When they purchased the rest of the property, now they want to deal with it as a campus, and we're in the planning stages for all the infrastructure. We also realize that infrastructure is going to be difficult because the only access to sewer in this example, they're pumping from their existing facility across the street and to just in front of the chicken food truck. I forgot what it's called, but chicken food truck. That's where they're pumping now. And what's going to have to happen on their current facility is their pump station is going to have to be enlarged in order to deal with those buildings that are on septic right now, and the additional facilities that are gonna have to be taken care of as well. So we know those are issues. They haven't been designed yet, but we're working on it. So I don't think that that's gonna be a problem. It's just gonna be an engineering problem in order to solve when we get to site design review. In terms of the letter that you received, I only want to make a couple of comments. Many of the things that are said in that letter are simply a state of changing economics, changing housing needs, and the way in which our society has changed. You know, CCMH, when I was growing up, CCMH rented offices all over town. Then in 2005, 2004, they built their central building, and they're pretty much out of office space in that building. And they have the modulars that they constructed in 2018 or something like that. But they're basically out of space. So that, as has been stated, the project is going to be additional space for counseling services. And the only thing under the zoning code that relates to counseling services is offices. The other thing that we've already talked about is this transitional care housing, whatever you want to call it. So I've provided you with documentation from our housing needs analysis that clearly shows, and this was done in 2019, clearly shows that there is a need for this type of housing in St. Helens. And that's what you've heard described tonight. So I don't see that there's really an issue there. One of the suggestions in the letter from the Moores was, oh, you can simply call it a major public facility. Well, technically, it's not a public facility, it's a private nonprofit. So it can't be redefined because it doesn't meet the definition under the code. The other suggestion by the Moores was that the city could simply tweak their zoning ordinances to make it work. Well, that's not what we're proposing tonight. We just are proposing something that can work based on the zoning ordinance as it is. And then there's some comments in there about traffic. Again, like I've said a couple of times already, we're basically required by the zoning code to provide a traffic analysis at request for permit or site design. So I think that's all I'm going to say. related to making a rebuttal.
Well, I might ask you up again, because we just got this letter and we haven't had a chance to read it at all. So we're gonna read that.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Oh, you might ask a question? Oh, okay. Okay.
Always be quiet time.
Would somebody be willing to read it out loud?
It's what, 5 pages.
Oh, never mind.
I think it might be more. I didn't count.
Russ, I'll email it to you.
Yeah, if you do, I can take a look at it here.
Land, will the project take to build just what you want to build?
Well. The problem that I'm facing as a designer is that. We have this idea of a campus. So. At least from the civil engineer standpoint, in order to get all the infrastructure for what could possibly be used. The infrastructure portion is going to be more than what's going to be designed at the moment. So. What's designed or what we have preliminary design for at the moment is approximately a 6,000 square foot building. And that pretty much matches what was described. It is a mix of about 8 units of shelter and care, or basically 8 rooms for somebody to spend the night or a few days, and then office space for CCMH staff, and then miscellaneous other spaces that support both of those spaces. Because of the way the grant funding and things change all the time, it's a little bit difficult. Originally, it was planned to be more, but it got drastically reduced. But that's where we are at the moment, and we're very early in the preliminary design stages. Okay.
Is that letter on the main?
No, because of when it was received. Not. You wanna read it? I just, I'll be here.
Right.
Address their inaccuracies.
Right.
like Russ is done too.
Well done.
He's not.
Oh, okay.
So the applicant. Okay.
Dismissed.
Because we're. Yeah, sure.
Dismissed. All right.
All right, it's good to say that the hearing is closed. But it is, but it isn't. Yeah.
Skip a page.
As long as you don't have any final questions for staff. Purposes of the record.
Is that?
As long as you don't have any more questions of staff for the
Yeah.
purposes of the record.
Right. Any question? Yeah. I have a question. So, figure it out here. We've had this before where the applicant has a plan for the property. We aren't reviewing that plan because we're reviewing the zone change. So lots of discussion about what they're gonna build there, but that's not what we have to consider. Is that correct? You just have to consider whether the general commercial is appropriate for the location of this lot. Is that correct?
Yeah, and that the traffic generated by general commercial meets the TPR rule, which with the trip cap does.
It's really difficult, and a lot of you came to talk about what they want to build there. But we're not approving their building, we're only approving the zone change. That's it. And they did provide things that they would build there, maybe, but it's not, we don't have plans for what they want to build. So we're not approving anything they want to build. We're only looking at a zone change from light industrial to commercial, general commercial.
And you're not approving anything, you're providing a recommendation
That's
to
right.
the council.
That's right. So, that being said,
There's layers between today
Yeah.
and an actual building,
Yeah.
layers and
And
layers.
my question was, will we see this again? Is this the only time we'll see this? Is on a zone change? It's gonna be-
looks like sometime in the 20 years, next 20 years.
There's a couple answers to that. Based on the types of things they're talking about, assuming general commercial, the change is successful. Most of the things they're talking about are conditional uses, which inevitably go to the planning commission. Now, if we go way back in time, I don't know, maybe some of you were on the commission then, when we rezoned Violet's Villa, or became Popeyes Legacy, broadly, St. Helens Place Apartments and a grocery outlet. There was a lot of neighbor concern. And you added a condition to that zone change, which was acceptable to legal counsel, that any use, even permitted, require a public hearing prior to, well, just requires a public hearing before the planning commission. So that would be one little bit of extra insurance you could potentially consider.
We kept our finger on it because it was so wide open.
And you may remember that
Here.
I was
we were sitting over here. Yeah.
So,
Because a lot of the neighbors were concerned about carte blanche, skyscrapers and the like, so.
anyway, I just want to make sure that it's the planning formality that we have to do about zone change. That's it. They've asked for it for their own reasons. Okay. What's the language? There are no further questions from the commission, no further responses from staff. The public record is closed. This matter is returned to the table for for deliberations and we'll. Yes.
Didn't expect this one to be challenging.
Well, I mean, the one thing is, it's like. Just during the presentation of stuff, I felt different ways during the presentation, just myself as I heard more information. But for me, my limited view and just full disclosure is, for 15 years, I provided care to people that access these kind of services. People that live in congregate care, so I know what congregate care is, but I just look at it with the development of Highway 30 in Gable. All those residences coming online in the next year. It almost begs to for the zone change with or without CCMH. Because it's just that whole corner has changed from when I moved out here, and that was a transfer station. You know, I mean, you used to take your garbage to that corner. And obviously that was commercial, that made sense then, or it was light industrial, and now it just seems like the personality of the corners changed and general commercial makes sense. So I don't think it's a spot zone, I don't think it's way out in the field. We're not considering buildings, but I don't think the spirit of the corner is light industrial anymore. Just, I don't have an issue with the change.
Listening to the testimony of the neighbors and such, see the problem with them seeing that change. I'm a proponent of not seeing giving up industrial property, especially small parcels like this where people can bring small businesses and that. You can find big acres and big tilled up sites and all that all around, but small guys whom we're gonna attract to this town, not the big companies. We've seen them leave already. So small industrial sites, I think, are just gonna be the future of this town. There again, on the other hand, I don't, I want to do what they want to do, so I'm torn, strictly looking at it from a zoning issue. It's just pushing those red lots further that way, and I guess I wouldn't have a problem if people on the other side want to do the same thing, and then we could get a nice street going. It's gonna be half of it here and then industrial on the other side, because the two will conflict. And industrial doesn't have the traffic that commercial does. So I think I'm leaning towards keeping it industrial.
I agree with you and for the many reasons that you stated, so. I think that. Half of the capacity, if it was 500 trips a day instead of 1,000 trips a day, that would be challenging. I think that that's going to go down in the St. Helens history as one of the big mistakes ever made, the nightmare of the traffic that has become on the Gable Road because of Broadleaf. So to add to that, it's also stuck in like it's a gateway to the city and to the riverfront redevelopment that you're gonna drive. If you're coming from that direction, you're gonna drive down and see the reflection of what the city, is. Would I like to see it cleaned up? Absolutely. But I agree that what are we gonna reinvent ourselves now that Cascade's gone? And it's gonna, in my opinion, it's probably gonna be small industrial companies. I'm not in favor of the zone change.
For clarity, that white spot next to JLJ Excavating is being purchased by JLJ Excavating for expansion, so it will continue to be industrial. Okay.
The one he's filling right now.
Yeah, 2180.
Yeah, he's graveling that whole section.
And they've done a beautiful job for an industrial site. It looks fantastic. The way they
Oh, he's the guy.
So, I mean, yeah.
There's the permit for it.
The other thing to remember is how much of that corner is wetland.
It's a lot.
Talking about a lot of that is wetland.
Yeah.
Understanding water a good chunk of
Is
the
it
winter.
locally a significant wetland?
On the CCMH property?
Yeah.
No. Only the creek.
Yeah.
The creek is, but there's no locally significant wetland.
But they'd have to mitigate for that wetland to build on. It could be built, but you're gonna be paying a lot.
Very squishy.
Yeah, it's not the big bad city,
Right next to the
the
creek.
big bad city.
They're pumping right next to the creek currently. The pumping station or you were saying that they pump across the street behind the chicken place that's currently right next to the creek, right?
Yeah, I don't know exactly where the pump station is off the top. But it could be.
Is it in front of their chicken place?
Front of the chicken place. Yeah, I just, industrial, not industrial. I think that issues with the neighbors is, it's no matter where you move, you're always gonna have, why they do that. Then one of the houses I work with, the neighbor cut down all their big trees. Now there's no shade in the entire corner. The whole neighborhood, and it's like change happens and there's not much you can do. Your neighbors, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. And I'd long to see this get cleaned up. It's been a row of industrial failures and overgrown blackberries and rusted out cars, and to see things improve and change for the better and show that our community that people are cared about, no matter whether they're, on their last nickel or on their last million. I think that mental health is changing. I think COVID changed my view of mental health for a lot of people. And when people are homeless, just putting a roof over their head isn't enough. They actually, like, lack of a better term, forget how to be housed. And they have to relearn basic skills. People have fought for basic needs for months or years. You don't just snap out of it, drugs or no drugs. I see that it's a need, and if not there, where?
Yeah, well, I see a definite need, and we're talking about what you're allowing to come into the city. And I think we need small industrial. I love reimagining things. I'm trying to satisfy everybody, so my mind sort of goes to give them part of the land to do what they want to do for housing. Then have them build some small commercial incubator sites that people would come in and maybe put people to work. And you sort of like, you put them to work, you're also housing them in the transition. So something like that would be very creative and, be interesting concept.
There's a lot of not-for-profits that do that kind of stuff across the nation. That do those
Maybe a
kinds of
site that
things.
could be right there and it would be supervise the whole thing and that. That'd be something that would be sort of exciting for that site.
Innovative.
Mixing it. But
It would be in conflict with the zoning. Yeah, both.
no, because they would trade it off. They would work with it.
Under the one umbrella.
Anyway,
I think it's important for them to have a cohesive campus and that we're not talking about the use of it in particular for the decision. I think what they're proposing or future proposing is really needed to help the health of the city. Get people on their own, get people on their own properly, and it'll help with our homeless problem because they're not just dumped out there. So whether they can do that somewhere else, I think they have a lot more efficiency being near their administrative core. I think it's the right place to have them. I'd be in favor of the zone change.
Is Russ missing?
Russ Lowe?
No, I'm here. I've been back and forth on this one. I don't disagree whatsoever with the need. I think they serve an important role in our community, but I'm not a fan of losing light industrial property. And on that basis, I'm not in favor of the zoning change.
The question is, if we have so much extra light industrial, why isn't it being developed?
well, something figured out in 2008. We have a lot of light industrial. We're not putting out there advertising the city to be a place to come. There's nothing in Scappoose really. You get large commercial space. Small little spaces like that, look at,
The report just down McNulty Way. Put together this. Campus for Oakville Light Industrial. Folks, right? That was the purpose of that was?
is that dead or is that good? You see the permit on it?
Did that ever happen?
There has not been any movement on that. Interestingly, the consulting company that worked on it's here. Because they're the same people who worked on it with the police station, but yeah, I haven't.
If all that was available, it's like.
But those are big buildings. Now here you go.
Small spaces
Well, no,
and a
they're
big
gonna
building.
partition or.
Yeah,
Told us to
partition.
partition into small like.
Exactly what you're talking
But which would probably.
about. And they put a lot of energy into putting that together. If they don't get the customers, then I don't know why they're not building it to say they're not getting the customers. Why are we holding on to lots that aren't gonna get filled anyway, when we can't even fill the ones that are already ready to go? It's permitting wise.
Well, and this is a recommendation to council.
That's right.
It's not a decision.
Yeah.
You still need to vote.
Are we ready to make a motion? We just have their opinions? More discussion?
We're divided.
Well, I can't vote, so. We have a motion. Mr. King, but I can't vote, but if you were here, I'd be.
Oh. Or,
No, appreciate you being.
no, I mean, I support the change and I would support the change. Even if, people, because we've done this before, to decide to do it part and parcel, because speaking to you, if we held back some. If you make that line, see how it makes a funny shape? If you make the line, but you probably have to divide it on his property line. You know what I mean?
No,
Let him have the corner where it says 6 acres. But down there where that other little white thing is, don't let him have that part over there, the screen.
Cut that parcel in half.
Yes,
with another wetlands.
yeah. Clean up the corner, make it closer to the chicken shack, if you will. So we're not.
This is the area encumbered by wetlands, either riparian area that is unlikely to be developed.
There you go.
So you're talking about suggesting a split zone for the. property.
Yeah, suggesting like some other option besides giving him the giant cavernous space. Cause Russ brought it up that that's a giant chunk to just go general commercial, so I thought. Rather than having it be an all or nothing, to get some other decision that doesn't say no, but doesn't say full on yes either.
So if you have the line on the 4.1 acre parcel on the east side, just go straight out to. Leave that triangle.
Or you do like we did with Violet's Villa and keep our finger on it and make them come back. Make the change or whatever, and then put that stipulation that you get to see what.
Just advisory still.
Yeah.
Well, it just makes sure that any decision does come before you. In a public hearing setting, which provides a greater opportunity for public input. And stuff like that. In regards to the split zone, your recommendation. Because we still have another layer with the council could be. That the applicant think of some type of split concept for the council consideration as a middle ground. You don't necessarily have to, I mean, you can recommend some things. But
I mean,
there's always.
resistance here, so when they go to council, if they're prepared. For a split decision, then they have a split decision suggestion.
Another,
I don't wanna see them to get an absolute no for anybody that's building anything. I want people to be able to build on their property.
another compromise would be voluntarily reducing the trip cap. That may help with some of the concerns about increased traffic. You know, they said in their testimony that 1,100 trips is a lot. And so if they came with a number that would reduce that would still accommodate their needs, that could be a way to.
Well, and then there's also the, Al talked about all the sidewalk improvements and all those things that get up to standards. the types of crossings that they put at the high school and at McBride School might be a lot to mitigate for safety, because that is a major bus arterial there. There's just a lot of ways that you can mitigate some of the concerns with fencing and that kind of stuff. For neighbors' concerns about safety and making everybody play in their own yard. Kind of things. This is more divided, and I can't expect that the council will be any less divided.
Well, how do we make?
I mean, I want to give it to them, so I'm not the one to make the motion, because I'm the odd person out.
I think you have a few choices, you know, there could be a motion just to recommend denial. There can be a motion to recommend approval, or there can be a motion to recommend approval with, you know, considering a split zone or some baggage like that.
I would make a motion to recommend a split idea and options to the council.
What about zoning here?
Right,
So,
to, I would recommend a split zone option.
Do that, split that lot in half.
Do whatever and have a plan when they go to council, because it's our recommendation, is we're recommending a split zone option.
But you're talking about splitting off all the wetlands.
That's not my issue, that's their,
doesn't have to be half and half.
that's their plan, not our plan. So,
But you're really not.
You're not saying which half.
no. We don't draw the plans, remember? I have no napkins, no pencil over here. Draw
I
plan,
don't know what can be done. That's a,
you can build it on stilts, all those people down there in the hurricane zone. Giving you a hard time, Russ.
I know.
Okay, that was a motion?
Yeah, I told you I was the odd man out, so.
You could also make a new motion if no one wants to second that.
Well,
Do I want to second her motion, Russ, or? Okay,
Whatever we do has to be based on findings. I mean, the fact that I want to do this correctly also, not just. If I can't see, I mean, I have trouble seeing. I feel strongly about not giving up light industrial for small companies. But I also. I mean, in either situation, I see the traffic impact, which is why I struggle with that limited road, so.
Yeah,
As the city grows and the riverfront redevelopment and all those
Right.
demands on that
But-
one 2-lane road.
but the other piece of it is Gable Road was at capacity before Bradley Harbor was built. So it's not on them, that Gable Road is at capacity. And CCMH is not going anywhere. It's a vital part of a community that I don't even know if they're in the top 5 employers in our community at this point, because a lot of people work there. They pay a decent wage and they're not going anywhere and they already own the land. So, you know, there comes a point where you're either blocking progress or you're guiding progress. And it's like, you know, how do we make progress happen and mitigate it to our community to where it works for everybody? There was so much outrage with where the trailer park went out. That complex over there is beautiful. The crime has almost disappeared that we had when it was a trailer park. It's gorgeous over there. Legacy and all that stuff closed, that all my clients can walk to the appointments. And it's like people dreaded that and it didn't turn out to be the dread that it was. So if we can do better at steering development, I think is our role as planning commission, not blocking. But you know where I stand on this, but you guys have to have the motion.
some motion so we can move on to the next hearing.
well, I just, you know. Because, you know, they do great work, so what do? But we keep them somebody. I think I'm gonna stick with that. It's just the piecemeal type attitude. I mean, that they have to do what they need to do. I'd like to see maybe the whole road, you know, commercial or something like that, rather than here and there. Splitting up, I'm just going from the testimony I heard, I would like to. Motion to the.
I'll second.
What was the motion, please? I didn't hear the motion.
Deny the zone change.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
So all in favor?
Aye.
All in
Now,
favor?
We're in favor of denying the change. Is that what I'm hearing? Then aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Okay. So that's a recommendation. Council.
Moving on, the council.
All right, thank you for speaking with us. Okay. Late. What do you here for? Now, 8:02 PM, the public hearing is now open. The quasi judicial land use hearing. Subject to this hearing is a request for a conditional use permit, sensitive lands permit, ×2, and sign permit. The subject property is identified in the county assessor's map at lot 1500 on map 4N1W 9AB. The applicant is City of St. Helens. The owner is the same. Because quasi judicial proceedings require the observance of certain procedural formalities, we'll take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and required statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare an ex parte contact, conflict of interest, or bias in this matter? Russ?
Russ, did you hear the question?
Mm.
Sorry, he's muted.
I heard it.
Okay. Does anyone from the audience object to the ability of the commissioner to make a fair decision? You do?
Yes. To state for the record, Steve Toski, City of St. Helens. I just want to state for the record, because we are making a record for the purposes of LUBA and other areas, that resolution 1986, which controls the personal conduct and affiliations of the commissioners here, where commissioners can be falsely accused and tried, is the law, which is designed to interfere with the fair and impartial judicial proceedings of this commission. And I believe in a case like this, where there's tremendous pressure being exerted by the city, that the fact that this law is in place, which is unconstitutional, is something that affects the impartiality potentially of commissioners herein. I'm bringing that up as a point to bring forward for the record. Additionally, I don't know to what extent Commissioner Orlson was involved in the acquisition of the loan that was that has been done for the construction of this project, or in any of the background in moving forward with this particular parcel that is under consideration. Those are the concerns I have, and I'll leave it at that.
You're allowed to,
I had nothing to
have
do
an
with,
opportunity to respond.
I had nothing to do with the loan, and the site selection was done by a community group. Was done without my group input. I had no put on the site selection whatsoever. That all happened just as I left office. And they got that loan after I left office.
Thank you.
So, yeah, I remember them considering spots, but that's as far as my involvement in that process was.
And maybe I should say for the record, although I didn't think it was relevant, that I was part of that committee,
So was I.
but it doesn't create any sort of bias on my behalf.
For you too? No bias?
Do I claim bias?
So we actually have to have a motion to deal with this challenge. So why do you have a motion that the commission
so heard, and I believe that they can act on with the facts presented. And I believe that it prevents anybody from making their decisions.
And how do you vote? On that motion that, we have to agree that.
I think they can do it. Ray wasn't involved and they were on the committee and it was a big committee. It wasn't a committee of 3. Wasn't it a committee of like 18 or
I
something?
was thinking 30 or something.
Yeah, it was a big group. I wasn't in the group, but it was a big list. It was a big
And I
group.
honestly don't know. I cannot recall if I was on the planning commission at the time or if I was just a stakeholder.
Yeah, you were a stakeholder. We made a list, council made the list and it went out and it was a huge list of folks. You know, all the movers and shakers in town hall played a part in that and it was because I wasn't a police commissioner. I wasn't part of that. He was part of that group.
I don't see a problem.
Yeah, I think they're.
Russ?
I don't,
Okay.
I don't see any trouble.
That's just, okay. Generally, the order of proceedings will be as follows: required statements, staff report, applicant's presentation, those in favor of the application, neutral testimony, those opposed, rebuttal by applicant, final questions, close of the record, deliberations and decision. The following statements are required to be made at the commencement of the hearing pursuant to City Code and ORS 197.7635. The following is a list of the applicable substantive criteria for this decision. CUP 4.23, chapter 17.100, City of St. Helens Municipal Code, City of St. Helens Municipal Code 17.100.140 in particular. SL 4.23 floodplain, chapter 17.46, City of St. Helens Municipal Code, City of St. Helens Municipal Code 17.46.056 in particular. Oh, no, I'm reading this, that's not your time. Thank you. SL 5.23 wetlands, chapter 17.40, City of St. Helens Municipal Code, City of St. Helens Municipal Code 17.40.040 in particular. S 14.23, chapter 17.88, City of St. Helens Municipal Code, City of St. Helens Municipal Code 17.88.060 in particular. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards the applicable substantive criteria as described, or other criteria of the plan, such as the comprehensive plan or land use regulations, such as that found in the development code, which the person believes applies to the decision. Failure to raise an issue, including constitutional other issues relating to the proposed conditions of approval in this hearing in person or in writing, failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the approving authority an opportunity to respond to the issue, precludes appeal to LUBA, the Land Use Board of Appeals, on that issue and precludes an action for damages in circuit court. That report.
Thank you, Chairperson Carey. So the staff report will be myself, followed by Chief Greenway to supplement any other information, since I am not a law enforcement professional. And then we have the consultant team here to help with questions that may arise. So we should be able to answer most questions that you throw at us. At least that's the hope. So a lot to talk about. I prepared a presentation to help facilitate the information to you. So this first page just gives us location context. And it has the old police logo with the new one. It's kind of like saying goodbye. The old pair of pants, looking for a new pair of pants here. And the existing police station is noted, McCormick Park, everybody knows where that's at. And then the proposed site, the subject property of this matter is highlighted in yellow. So next, just a brief on need. All right, so I'm not going to read all of this. This has been talked about quite a bit, and if you talk to police staff, you probably hear a lot more of it. But essentially, the existing facility built in 1971 is insufficient for current and future staff. City, all of our population projections show we're going to grow, and so as we grow, more police officers are needed. Since 1971, when this facility was built, our population has increased 130%. So there's been quite a bit of growth since then. There's been a lot of technological changes. They have digital storage problems. There's other things up there, but one thing I've heard the chief talk about is the deficiencies of their facility is a barrier against certain grant money, and grant money is typically good. So just a brief on need. If we go to the next site, this is a street view of the subject property. As you can see, it's there on the corner of Old Portland Road and Castor Road. The proposed building is kind of where that mound of dirt is, covered by the white tarps there. Fairly flat. There is a rock bluff feature that's about 10 feet above grade. You can't really see it. It's kind of behind the trees in here, but you can kind of see it in some of the maps that we'll look at. So let's talk about some site characteristics, which brings us to the next slide. So here we are looking at the subject property from overhead. The subject property is outlined in the yellow line. So it's kind of irregular in shape. It's surrounded on all sides by public rights of way, although only two of them, Old Portland Road and Castor Road, are developed. Not completely developed because you don't have frontage improvements, curb, sidewalk. Well, curb somewhat, but sidewalk and such, you do not have those along either street. In the upper right-hand corner of the subject property, you can kind of see a circle of trees. The shading patterns provide the circle shape. That's the rock bluff that I mentioned before, which is not an area proposed for development because the bluff is there. The green shading, those are the wetlands on the site. The big wetland is one significant to the city and includes an upland protection zone, 50-foot buffer, which is not depicted on this map. And then the smaller kidney-shaped one is not one significant to the city, but the state still cares, of course. Another thing shown on this are the flood boundaries as identified on the flood maps. The blue is the 100-year flood, and then the purple is the 500-year flood. And we'll be talking about the floodplain stuff quite a bit because of the type of facility proposed. And again, you can kind of see the dirt mound there in white in the 500-year area. And generally speaking, the Old Portland Road side is the area proposed to be developed. And then the opposite side of that, basically the area between the larger wetland and Castor would be a potential expansion area. Not necessarily all of it, but some of it. We'll talk about expansion stuff a bit later. Another thing to note about this site is there's no other access to the street network other than Old Portland Road and Castor. So if you went further down Castor, there's no outlet to the grid. Our industrial park plan does have one connected to 10th, but when that happens, I don't know, there's nothing forecast. So let's look at the flood patterns a little bit more on a broader scale. So we're going to zoom out a little bit. And a couple things I want to point out are the mushroom effects. So in the middle of the screen where you see Columbia River Highway, you see Milton Creek. Milton Creek flows in a southeasterly direction towards the Multnomah Channel, which isn't identified, but it's the Multnomah Channel there. And what the flood maps show is when they encounter some of our roads and bridges, it creates this mushroom effect. So you see that along the highway. Another place you see that is along Old Portland Road. And you see the subject property highlighted in yellow there, just to make sure everybody knows where we're at. Interestingly, as far as the flooding not associated with the Columbia River or the Channel, McCormick Park is actually the greater floodplain area. And then note how some of that mushrooming effect extends a bit past the subject property up Old Portland Road. And then one thing identified on this map is South 15th Street. That's an important thing to note at this time, because that is a path to the site not encumbered by flood waters, at least as mapped. And that's going to be relevant to our standards and the design in this proposal. Just some other things to note for a broader context. So McCormick Park, all the park buildings are essentially in the 100-year. The library is in the 500-year. If you look at the mushroom on Portland Road on the southerly side, the county jail facility is in the 500-year. And the subject property is kind of on the fringe, at least as mapped. Now, when we were first looking at this, you know, everybody was kind of scratching their head, well, this looks weird. And when you go out there, it doesn't make much sense. It's like, were the feds smoking something when they made this? And so we hired a hydrologist to do a study, and it confirmed that pattern. When we had the map up, that was the one place I focused on. Well, is that weird finger thing there? And they confirmed it. So we put in that extra step just to make sure the map wasn't too funky. Interestingly, as part of that study, one of the ideas was, well, if the map is totally screwed up, maybe we can do what's called a letter of map amendment, where you amend the map based on better data than the model, and apply it through FEMA. But it turned out that it could potentially be worse, and so we didn't remap it. And what worse means is potentially more 500-year flood on the property. And this is all from visual memory. Since we kind of abandoned that process, we don't have the formal study. Okay, so if we go to the next slide, now we're going to look a little bit closely at the subject property. Now, the police station building, that's not exactly the shape. But the one point that is more precise is that west building corner. And the purpose of that, you know, we have this weird pattern, and to try to figure out what the heck the flood boundary is. Now, the flood maps, they're called FIRM, Flood Insurance Rate Map. And an important thing to recognize about the flood maps is that boundary is for insurance purposes. It's not the gospel for development purposes, it is a guide. And so when we have a property that's close to a floodplain or in the floodplain, we look at the flood insurance study, which is a document that accompanies the maps, and try to figure out where the heck the flood boundary is. And looking at this closely, the flood boundary is just about touching that corner. But the police station building is still outside the 100-year, but as you can see, within the 500-year. And then note the pattern, you don't have the floodplain to the east. And that's where that access comes out, which we'll see in some later plans. Another thing to think about, when we look at these maps, it's a static image, and I think looking at a static image could elicit a concept in your mind that is just rising waters. And you know, we've had a lot of time to think about this, and I think this is kind of a dynamic situation, and that's partly if you look at those elevations. So those orange lines are the base flood elevations per the study. And if you compare those with the actual elevations, the flood depth over the road is 5-6 feet. So it's pretty substantial, but the next face flood elevation, it's 0 to 2 feet, and so it quickly reduces. So you have a situation, it's not bloop, 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 bloop. You're not looking at the bathtub, you're looking at the faucet, it's the. So there's a lot of water going on there, there's a lot of force, very dynamic situation. And I think that's why it was so puzzling, because when you look at the topography, this doesn't make sense. It's just, there's a lot of hydrology going on. All right, so what would a land use hearing be without definitions? We just love to wallow in definitions, which brings us to our next slide. So we have a few things to cover in regards to this. So first of all, the police station, per our development code, is a public safety facility. And in this zoning district, it requires a conditional use permit, and that's why it's yours, it's your decision. And there are a variety of conditional use permit approval criteria, which are in the staff report. I'm not going to talk about all of them. But there's one that talks about site suitability, size, shape, location, topography, and natural features. Does the use make sense based on those characteristics? And that's a real important one for your consideration in this matter. Now, if we look at flood policy, the police station is a type of critical facility. And in the flood language, a critical facility is one for which even a slight chance of flooding might be too great. And that's one of the key things that you want to think about in your decision-making on this is, has the city done enough to mitigate some of the potential hazard? So is that slight chance of flooding too great? Have we done enough to make sure it's cool? And then some other elements of the floodplain policy, there's kind of an alternatives analysis component of that. Basically, you know, this is the site. Any other, there's no alternative site that makes as much sense given the whole package. There are some positives like being close to other city facilities and stuff like that. Some of that's discussed in the site section that we'll discuss pretty quickly. Another matter which we've already talked about is having access that's, now the code says that's elevated from a flood standpoint. It's not practical to elevate Old Portland Road and Castor, 5-6 feet. But fortunately, given the flood pattern, there was a route using the subject property and public right-of-way to have kind of an area less impacted by that flood impact. So let's talk about the alternatives analysis a bit. And so there was a site selection process, and I didn't have much success getting new stuff, but when I was going through all my old stuff, so Matt Brown was the project manager of this early on. And of course, naturally, we've had a lot of discussions. And one of the things I mentioned quite a bit was, well, okay, here's what the code says. The site selection stuff, because of the floodplain, is going to matter. So we should have an overview of it. And I was able to find this so that was great to help explain what happened. So some of these slides were not prepared by me. If they were prepared by Mr. Brown, there is a note to that in the lower left-hand corner, as you can see there. I'm not going to cover this too much. I just want to provide an overview as a reminder to you and maybe an educational component to some of the other people that aren't as aware of this. So if we go to the next slide, the main thing I want to mention here, there's the kind of this three-phase approach. The first one was about 10 properties, and then it kind of narrowed down. I also want to point out some things on the location, because these are things that are going to come up. There's ease of access to Highway 30, which is something that comes up. There's some traffic stuff in there, and then access for the community. Okay, so next slide. This is just a map showing calls for service data. They're all over the place. At least the top 3 locations back in 2020. I guess the new apartment complex on Cable Road, at least based on anecdotal evidence, might be up there. But that's just the FYI slide. So if we go next. So in the selection process, what they did is broke it into different regions of the city. And if we go to the next slide, we're going to talk about the North region. And there's 2 sites there. They're both next to the CC Ryder facility. One is to the south, one is to the north. We're going to talk about the one on the south side first. It's on the south side and it did not move forward to phase 2. The next one, and I'm not sure why it doesn't say city owned. I think we own that in 2020. I didn't go back to look at, acquisition records, but it seems like we've had that for a while. And I'm not sure why it doesn't show the complete property. But in any case, it didn't make it to the next phase. So the next region discussed, West Side, the Lonely West Side had 1 site. And this is the site on Eilertson and US 30. A lot of you know it as the Barlow Bikes place. And there's a food cart pod there. Something not noted on this slide, if you recall that first floodplain mushroom, this is directly in it and that wouldn't have survived this process. And it didn't move to phase 2 anyways. So the south side, there was one selected there, or one considered, and that is the Millard Road property, also the ill-fated Columbia Health District Hospital property. That was considered, but didn't move on. One thing I would note is that some of these talk about could be developed. And I mean, really any commercial and industrial property could be developed. So I think that's kind of a more neutral rather than a pro and con item. But that's just side commentary. So Millard Road didn't make it to phase 2. Then we looked at the industrial park, the St. Helens Industrial Park, the mill property that we purchased a few years back. This is the rec center. For those who've been here a while, it's the old Farah building. And that was once associated with the mill. Also squarely in the floodplain. It's a good thing it didn't move on to phase 2. The next one is, hey, that's a familiar looking property. This is the subject property. We've talked about some of the floodplain stuff. We'll talk about a little bit more. Now, one thing I want to point out is note the outline of the property here. At the time, it was assumed to be that chunk. But as is usual, you start looking into it deeper, you start playing with the design, and it became apparent that it didn't quite work, partly because you're trying to keep the building a certain distance from Old Portland Road because of the roundabout, which we'll look at soon, and then the floodplain. And so that property actually grew. And one of the things we'll talk about as far as police station selection was the ability to expand. And now that it has grown, the ability to expand is actually good for that property. And then remember the ease of access to US 30 comment, which was one of the things that the police liked about this one. So next slide, east side. It was one site, John Gum School, didn't select it, county's dealing with it now. Next, Central, why Central? So the current police station site is there. And it says here that it did move to phase 2. And I thought I remembered that. And phase 2 gets kind of funky because there was 5, there was 4, there was 3. And this reminded me, yeah, it did move to phase 2 like I thought I remembered, but obviously didn't make it to the end. So the current police station was considered. If we go to the next slide, 1771, the old PGE building for people who've been here a long time. The planning commission has seen a lot of uses of the marijuana grow and all kinds of stuff out of that. And it actually did move to phase 2 and was one of the last candidates. Interestingly enough, but it's not a subject property for this matter and obviously didn't make it. If we go to the next one, site 10, this is the last site for this phase 1. They're in the corner of 15th and Columbia Boulevard, and that didn't make it. So at least that gives you an idea of some of the properties considered as the city started to narrow down the amount of properties. So, so this is some of the properties that moved on. They're highlighted there. Again, there's that police station showing up. So next slide. So phase 2, a little more in-depth review. Next slide, please. So what Group McKenzie did is they had this elaborate site scoring mechanism with 18 categories. And just for your information, number 17, land use, that's where the floodplain component was captured. So there was a scoring mechanism. If we go to the next slide, this is a screenshot from the council's work session in April. And the scoring, you know, it wasn't necessarily, you know, a first, second, third place. It was just something to help elicit thought, at least as I recall. We were really busy with development at the time, so my involvement was just kind of partial. Now, interestingly, the subject property was 3rd place out of the 4, but again, it was just to elicit thought. But there was a scale, you know, the highest was 56, the lowest was 33. The subject property in this case was 40. If we go to the next slide, this is from the website, and it's kind of hard to read, but basically at the council's February 19, 2020 meeting, that was essentially phase 3, where, okay, council, we're asking you to make a decision on this. And there was some input from the police chief, which was channeling input from the officers, where they kind of boiled down those 18 factors into 4 critical components. And this is what they said: hey, council, we've looked at these. This is why we believe this is the property that's suitable for us. And one of the fact that it was city owned, that helps save money on land acquisition costs. There was the usability of the street, direct access to Highway 30, and the police did not like the one-way cutlet, which the current station is close to. I would note that the roundabout would also be kind of a one-way circulation. I don't know how that would work for enforcement. That's kind of a question there, but I think Greenway should be able to help fill in some of those blanks. Another issue was the ability to expand. So the officers have been suffering here for a long time, and they're thinking, you know what? If you're going to do it, there should be an ability to expand, so the officers don't feel this same suffrage in the future. And we kind of talked about that a little bit. There is expansion area here available. And then another factor was access to Millard Road and Gable because of our railroad crossing issue. We don't have any underpasses. Our rock doesn't help. We don't have any overpasses. We had that stupid switching yard, which blocks the road. And I looked at that a little bit more, and it's fairly equidistant between all of the US 30 crossings. And so from a time standpoint, you know, if the train's blocking up here or down here, there are some options. I talk about that more in the report. I'm not going to get into the numbers. But of course, you have a question specific to that. So next slide, please. So this is the one the council selected. Like I said, this was the choice of the officers, and we talked about some of the other stuff already. Something else I do want to mention, there are always things learned later on, and one thing I recall the police talking about when they looked at other facilities was whether or not to go 1-story or 2-story. And having a larger expanse of an area, which this does with the southerly addition, really helps with that single-story building. And the police felt that that was important because when you have floors, it creates a sense of hierarchy and potential hierarchy resentment. It's probably a better way to describe it, but oh, you're up there on the 2nd floor, I guess you're a big shot. So that's the kind of thing that they wanted to avoid. All right, so that is what it's going to look like. It'd be a shame going through this presentation without showing you the rendering. So if it's built as proposed, there it is in all its beauty. But as planners, we always get excited about the site plan and those details. So we're gonna leave this beautiful colored slide and go to a overhead black and white with a bunch of shading and lines. Now, there was a right-of-way, the 7th Street right-of-way. I know if the mayor hears this, it's gonna drive him nuts because there's 7 streets elsewhere. That's what the paper says. But that right-of-way is vacated, so 7th Street doesn't exist. Hopefully that makes the mayor feel better. And one of the stipulations of that was reserving an easement for power for Columbia River PUD. At the time, we thought that some of the poles would need to be relocated, excuse me. But that doesn't appear to be the case. We still need to make sure we get that easement in there and make sure there's no conflicts with the easement and the design. So that's one of the conditions in there. We talked about the protection zone with the wetland. The protection zone is depicted up in the upper right-hand corner. You can see the wetland, and then the dashed line just shows the protection zone. There's a little bit of impact in the protection zone, and that's for that secondary access, which is intended to avoid the flood impacts. The next slide, and we're not ready for that, but it's a good place for impacts because there's already some pre-existing impact, and I'll show that visually here once we get done talking about the site plan stuff. Parking, we always talk about parking. People get excited about parking. About 54 spaces total. Most of those are secure parking for the police and intended to help with the growth of the department. And then there's 6 spaces that are not secure. Now, one difference between this site and the existing police station being amongst the grid, the street grid, you know, there's a lot of opportunity for street parking and stuff like that. In this case, if all those spaces are taken up, there's nowhere else to park. And so we're hoping that assumption is good. Right now, the only overflow parking would be across the street at the rec center phase 1, 1810 Old Portland Road, and you have to cross the street. But it's not a public safety facility like what we talked about earlier on. It's been downsized just police station, so we're guessing that the parking demand, non-secure parking demand, will not be terribly great. There's some pretty typical conditions for edits, like, you know, the trees under power lines need to be small. A lot of those, you know, just little nitpicky detail stuff. The good old sanitary sewer conveyance issue that we have citywide applies here too. It's not one of the worst areas, but we do have that fee incorporated as a condition, which we've seen with several proposals since we've adopted our wastewater master plan. There's some tree loss. There's 400 some trees total. I think 33, if I remember right, are being lost, and then close to 100 are being replaced. And then most of the trees being lost are closer to Old Portland Road, where you're gonna have fill and stuff. anyways. So a lot of the ones on the southerly side by the wetlands are remaining untouched. Some of the typical landscaping requirements, and site lighting. Site lighting will include that second access, which is a good thing because it's kind of remote as it relates to the building and some of the surrounding residences from crime prevention through environmental design standpoint with eyes on the street. So it's good that that's lighted. Of course, being police, security is a great matter for them. So if we go to the next slide, just a couple photos of some of those pre-existing impacts. So this is in that protection zone or pretty close to it. There's a, you can't see it very well, but there's a manhole in there. So there's a sewer line, there's some power lines, and Mother Nature doesn't typically create flat road grades. And so when I saw that, I'm like, yeah, this was filled at some point. Definitely filled before 2003 when our protection zone rules took effect. So it just makes it a good place to have some impact because there is some pre-existing impact. So it's not a 1-to-1 impact. It's a, maybe 0.5 to 1. So it's a good place to have that secondary access and still safe face for our protection rules. So let's go to the Riverfront Connector Plan. This is the plan that looks at having a roundabout at this location. I just wanted to make sure that you had a chance to look at that. Visually gives you an idea of why that police station is pulled back, in addition to floodplain issues. This is a dream right now. There is no immediate funding or an immediate date when this could be constructed, but it's something that we want to have happen. And it could very well happen in the life of the police station if it lives another 50 years like the previous one did. And I should also mention, this is an intersection, because the intersection, it's very industrial and huge. And we have had comments about the non-pedestrian friendly aspects of it. If you're an able person and can sprint like Usain Bolt, maybe it's okay, but not everybody's Usain Bolt. And we're not Jamaica where a lot of people are. So this roundabout's important for safe pedestrian passage, which is something kind of in the future. That's a little bit of thinking on that that we can do, and we'll talk about that pretty soon. So let's look at the site plan again, but zoomed out a little bit to talk about some other factors. So one thing I would like to talk about are the frontage improvements. When I started working here in 2007, the council was just hammering and hammering on making sure that when it's just justified, that the frontage improvements are being done by developers. And so going through that over 16 years and trying to implement that, it would be a shame for the city just to say, well, we're not gonna require anything. It's just unfair. But we don't have that roundabout plan. So God, what the heck do we do? So there's some reasonable amount of fairness. So you note that there's a green line and there's this big black rectangle. It's gone. So there's the green line and then there's the red line along Castor Old Portland Road. And so it's sort of divided into halves with the division being the driveway access point. And the thought is the area in red is either the roundabout or the transition area of the roundabout to what the normal street cross section would be. Once you get on the other side of the driveway where the green line is, you're out of the area of impact for the roundabout. And so that's a suitable place to put your frontage improvements. And it's it's a fairly 50-50 split. And so that was kind of the middle ground that we thought makes sense. Now, one thing you could do you know, there's been a lot of discussion about finance and budget, and that is not a matter of the land use hearing. It's important, but it's a separate matter from this decision. Now you could say, well, you know what, you're installing the secondary access. You know, maybe that is a substitute for the frontage improvements. But I think that would be a matter of whether or not you felt that was fair or not. Because inevitably, you know, well, you made us build the sidewalks, what about this? You know, there's that stuff, and without the blessing of the planning commission, I just, it's inappropriate to go there. So let's talk about some of the flood mitigation stuff. The building itself, we're not there yet. The building itself is 2 feet or more above grade. So the building is not in the 100-year, as we mentioned. Technically, if you read the code word for word, there is no elevation requirement. But there's a component of meeting the law and whether or not you are creating a circumstance that is good for the community, public health, safety, and welfare. What means that more than a police station? And I remember after seeing that preliminary model and seeing all the water, the way the hydrologist said, there's a lot of water here. That was the point for me where we got to elevate this thing. I feel like if we don't, it's just a big old middle finger to the community, and that's not our role as city government. So it's elevated at least 2 feet in height at the closest place, and then a little bit more elsewhere to just for that extra room for resilience, because that's what's important for this facility as a critical facility. Remember, a facility for which even the slightest chance of flooding may be too great. And so the mitigation factors are extraordinarily important for this matter. And then this is a better picture of that secondary access, which so there's its way up to 15th Street. So they do have an access point that is arguably not encumbered, at least as mapped by floodwaters. Another thing just to mention, you know, as far as buttoning up all the flood related issues, and you may have noted it in your copies of the plans, I hand wrote it on there. But I noticed that the fire department connection, the FTC, and the hydrant along Old Portland Road were in that area that's expected to be several feet deep with flood. And so there's a condition to move that to Castor Road. When I talked to the fire marshal about it a couple weeks ago, he actually preferred putting that along Castor Road, notwithstanding the flood issue, because it's closer to the building. And he said having one further enough away from the building kind of takes an engine out of use. And so it gets it out of the floodplain, puts it in a better place for fire use. And then there's two sets of arrows that you see on this. One is closer to Castor Road, behind the now famous black rectangle. So it's showing side by side, and then the other one showing north-south, at least how this is orientated. And so the next slide is going to be that north-south one. So we're going to look a little deeper into the design. So in thinking about this, we have some flood impacts to the street. And so it got us thinking, how's this going to affect emergency response? So we talked to the fire marshal about it. And you know, one of the questions, well, what depth of flood, what depth would prevent fire emergency access. And the answer was, well, district would have to look at their lowest vehicles, and that would be ambulances and command vehicles, which are about 6 inches to the front axle. And the fire district's view on that was they wouldn't want to have a situation where water was above the front axle. And we talked about the potential depths along Old Portland Road, well above the 6 inches. And so from a design standpoint, we have to look at normal access and then emergency access, at least fire emergency access, as a different category. And in doing so, we have to pretend that the floodplain is a wall. Now, it's not the Great Wall of China, which someone can punch a hole through for a shortcut if they want to, but it's a wall from a design standpoint. And that's why we have the access from 15th, and that's also why we considered this here. So this is showing the police station site, and highlighted in Peckham-Bismol pink is the fire turnaround that's designed within the site. So if you have a blockage along Castor, there's still adequate maneuvering for a fire apparatus to function. So that was one of the things we looked at in considering everything. Because it's a critical facility, we don't want the police to be hanging dry if fire emergency services are needed in a flood event. Now, those things happen at the same time. The flood itself is not very probable. You know, fire or some emergency where fire emergency services are needed are not that great. But remember, as a critical facility, there's that mitigation of risk, which is just absolutely essential, especially because of the service it provides for the community. Yeah, I think that covers all that stuff. So then we also talked about the ability to expand, And so one of the ways we can do that is make sure that we have a canvas that we can work with. Castor is also a higher classified street. It's a collector street. And so along a collector street, we want to be a little more picky about accesses. The St. Helens Industrial Business Park plan talks about shared accesses. And what this does, and this is a condition of approval in the conditions, is to make sure that we have a swath of land that's available without improvements, including grading impacts, just to make sure that we can maximize that expansion potential. Because we don't know exactly what the design could be. You know, it could be a design that starts 25 years from now. But in this case, it kind of mirrors what's happening on the other side. This would result in a little bit of modification of the stormwater pond. And some of the meetings we've had with the consultant team, you know, there was some manipulation possible. We want to make it easier, you know, 30, 50 years from now when we're back in this situation and more expansion needs to be done. Also, it could be expansion for a different facility. Let's say 30 years from now, City Hall is finally kicked out of downtown. What are you doing? This would be a tourist building and needs another place to go. Another thing I want to point out, there's a condition in there about having a notice on the deed. And so when a condition lives in a land use file, sometimes over the decades, it can just collect dust and be forgotten. If it's in title, one, you don't need the planner to remember it. Anybody who pulls title can see that. So there's a condition that there's a notice on there that talks about any transfer of ownership must consider shared access like this, as well as ensuring that there is some land available for expansion. It's kind of kicking that question down the road about how much you need But we wanted to make sure that was there, since it was, the importance of it was expressed throughout the selection process, and we just don't want it to be forgotten. And the notice on the title seemed like the most bulletproof way to do that. So that's thinking outside of the box a little bit. So I want to make sure you're aware of that, to make sure you don't think I am crazy. So next slide. Parks and Trails Master Plan. Now this has some relevance. You see trail number 7 there by McCormick Park. This is in that area. Now, if this was private development and we're saying, well, you need to build a bike trail, you get into some nexus issues. There's some classic land use case laws about that. But it's really kind of a secondary issue. I just wanted to point it out because the principal issue is access to the site. So if we go to the next slide, this is the proposed site plan. And the green line, if you looked at the plans really closely, you would see that it's identifying a future connection. And the idea there is, once you have a intersection, a crosswalk to go to, that's when it would be built. The red line was a concept from the public safety facility, and the idea there is, okay, we know it's not the ideal intersection for pedestrian access. It doesn't necessarily make sense to build the frontage improvements in that area. Is there a way to at least improve non-motorized access? And I prepared these slides and then ended up talking to everybody just to find out what happened with the change. And it had to do a lot to do with cost savings. There's a security component to that too. And it's just kind of a question on whether or not you think there should be some type of walkway branching off of that secondary access. Right now, the secondary access as designed just goes straight to the secure parking area and ends. The way people are, if people do have a need to use it, people will walk wherever they can. But until the industrial park is developed, there's probably not that much need to use it. And hopefully Chief Greenway talks about how much walk-up demand they have, because that's kind of a component of it. So that's the last slide. So just a quick reminder, so this is a lot of information, and you'll probably hear a lot more with the testimony. But one, approve or deny. And part of that has to do, are you satisfied with the alternatives analysis, with the hazard prevention, and do you think the community will be best served by the location and the proposal together? Now, if you're thinking to yourself, man, this is heavy. This is heavy, man. I don't know if I even want to make this decision because this is huge. And in my 26 years doing this, this is probably one of the most important decisions for a city, at least I can remember, that a planning commission has had on their lap. So if you're thinking, this is too heavy for us, we just want to get this to the council. Our code does have an option for that. It's never been used, but it would require a 2/3 vote of appointed members to just kick it up to the council, which can be without cause. You don't need a reason. It can be with or without cause. It would mean that 4 of you would need to agree to do that. I'm not forcing you. I'm not asking you to do that. I just want to make sure that that is an option. You're aware that's available. There's the walkway question that I proposed here. There's the, do you want to forgive some of those frontage improvements just to help with the financial aspects? And then anything else that may come up that you're thinking of or may come up in testimony, that's it.
That's it. There's not more.
Slide.
Oh, yeah, I do have another slide. No, that's okay. This is the public safety facility before it turned into a police station. And I just wanted to show you the walkways which were proposed at the time, in part to compensate for the lack of the roundabout and stuff. Thank you, Jenny.
Was there the applicant?
Oh, yeah, so Chief Greenway,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
gonna hand the baton to you.
Okay.
If you want to fill in any gaps, correct me, and then,
You have a few more images?
okay.
I'll give you a thumbs up.
So, Commission, first of all, let me apologize. I am at a FBI conference out of the city, so I have to log in remotely for this meeting. Jacob was very thorough in his explanation, but I would like to just kind of touch on a few highlights that really solidifies why this location was selected and deal with realism that we deal with in the police department around the clock in our city, keeping it safe. So just to highlight, after we kind of went through and vetted the 10 locations, and this was selected and unanimously approved by city council, but it was mentioned earlier, we did have an ad hoc committee of community members that comprised the committee, and they were engaged in this and, supportive of the selection process as well. So a couple takeaways. First and foremost, our current police station, as mentioned, is 52 years old. If the leadership of the city could have forecasted, not faulting him at all, back in when they built the city, they might have or built the police station, they might have selected a different location because of the expansion. Our population, it was pointed out, increased by 130% since that time. And who knows in 50 years from now, what our population will look like. On a personal level, not that I'm a land developer, I can tell you that the metropolitan Portland area is becoming landlocked, and the rural communities are the communities that's looking at potential growth. So what that means for this location is because it's city owned, it has the ability to expand in lieu of having to find another location for to make a bigger police station or add government buildings. The city owns the land. It has a capability of expanding. And something I'll never forget is Chris Iverson, a former council member, had hit the nail on the head when he testified that when he sat on city council, if they just would have pulled the trigger at that time, they would have saved our city taxpayers $10 million if they just would have done it. But everybody, not to get into the financial part, because we're talking about the location, but that does kind of bleed over into this, is that we have to make decisions for our children and our children's grandchildren, so we don't burden them down the road when, when they have to face this issue. The second thing that was mentioned already is the other locations that didn't make it were on the outskirts. We want to be proud of this police station as a community. You read the papers about the great work our police officers are doing. And this is an opportunity with the riverfront development and our tourism activities that go on downtown. Most of our traffic comes down OPR, Old Portland Road. And for them to pass our police station, it's something that we want to be proud of. We want to put it on display, and we don't want to hide it in an industrial park, where it's, our residents can't be proud of it. People get lost trying to find it. We've been to cities that their selection of where they put the police station isn't on Front Street. So we want to ensure that, that this is a community accessible building that they can be proud of and access easily. And then, as been mentioned, one of the biggest qualifiers for us in selecting this, believe it or not, is the trains. And we deal with that frequently. We have to traverse Highway 30, and the challenges with our current police station or putting the police station in that area of Holton's Hole, it's not only are we challenged with the one-way streets and the congested with traffic, but going down St. Helens, if you hit a train, you're pretty much stuck. And we've all done it. It's aggravating, but having this location gives our officers the ability to traverse through either or Portland Road or McNulty Way to get to Highway 30. And this is where I'm going to bring some realism to this. If you remember last year, we had a fire at a retirement community where our officers arrived 33 minutes before the fire department arrived. And you see in the news where our officers actually rescued elderly people that would have perished in a fire. Can you imagine if they were stuck by a train and didn't have a way to traverse Highway 30? Seconds count in law enforcement. Same thing with the 12 citizens that overdosed last year on fentanyl. We had more than 12, but we had 12 citizens that were that had passed on, and our officers had arrived and were able to perform life-saving measures to bring them back. Those family members would appreciate your consideration in improving this based upon allowing the first responders, specifically the police officers, to be able to traverse trains that frequent our city at mostly during the afternoon. Our top three customers, if you would say, or top three calls for service, 2 of them are right down from the police station within a mile. One is a recently apartment complex, not to be named, and the other one is a big box store. And this will help the officers be there, help reduce crime. This is not the first police station I've been involved in with building. And the location is just like a residential street. If you're a realtor, location. Ask any resident in the city of St. Helens, they would beg to have a police station in their backyard. Unless you're a criminal, then you don't want it, because police stations matter. Police come and go, they're visible. It'll help the traffic in McCormick Park. It's one of our busiest parks in the city. It will help with the local apartment complexes. This is a good decision, in my opinion, and the officers' opinion, who had weigh-in and buy-in into this selection process. So I don't want to ramble on too much. It's probably gonna be a long night. I know Mackenzie's here; they are experts in this. So I would just ask that you consider the approval of this or your recommendation to approve this. It's been a long go. The officers are excited. We also understand that we don't want a knee-jerk reaction. Like Jacob had said, this is probably your most important decision in the history of planning commissions, but we're looking forward to getting something, because what we have now, I don't think anybody will argue, is just not working. And it's hindering us in more ways than you can imagine, with just not a facility, but from recruiting to retention, we have to get something built to keep up the progress of not only fighting crime, but attracting good employees, good police officers to our city. So with that, I'll open it up for any specific questions anybody would have for me. I just looked up. I don't think I'm on mute. I hope not. Because you don't want to hear that. You don't want to hear that speech again.
Thank you for the presentation.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Finger.
All right, thanks. Good evening. I'm Brian Barricchione, a planner at Mackenzie.
I'm Thomas Peck. I'm an architect and design director with Mackenzie.
Thank you, commissioners, for your time. We've got a few images to share. They're largely repeats of what you've seen from the submittal package, with the exception of the first few slides, which we can breeze through pretty quick. Why don't we you can page through till you find the first site plan. These are a lot of images of the existing facility, which has been covered adequately enough already as being inadequate and insufficient. First, I just want to digress slightly with a little personal history. I was the planner for the city of Scappoose for about 9 years. So it's a pleasure for me to be working on a project in Columbia County. I always enjoy those. But when I was preparing talking points, I thought of what would be important to share with the commission, and darned if Jacob didn't steal just about 90% of what I was going to say. So Jacob, thanks for kicking us off in the right direction. I think I'll also lead by saying that the commission, that the conditions of approval that are recommended by staff seem reasonable and appropriate, given the scale of the project and the anticipated impacts. So on the screen now, there's an image. This is, we took the site plans that were in that rolled up plan set, and we added just a bit of color to make it easier to talk about. So this is the larger kind of zoomed out site plan. Jacob talked about Old Portland Road and Castor Road in the future roundabout. So we kind of see the building is held back away from that direction. But given the functional classifications of those, Old Portland Road's an arterial and Castor Road's a collector. The driveways proposed on Castor Road, which is the lower functional classification, and also stretched significantly far enough away that it won't be impacted by the future roundabout construction or get tangled in any of that mess. Can't have driveways too close to the circle, because then it really complicates the functionality of how those work. The kind of brown line is the proposed emergency access out to 15th. As Jacob mentioned, that's to serve for emergency purposes, both for the police functions as well as for fire and ambulance service as needed. And that would be gated and secured so people couldn't come in and out from that direction. You go one more. Oh, sorry, I was too soon. The green blob, that's the protection zone around the wetlands. So the wetland is mostly off the page to the right, but it's that very large one, which was classified as locally significant in the local wetland inventory. No impacts are proposed to the wetland themselves. Sorry, Dan, no permit application sent in your way, but happy it's not perfect. But as Jacob mentioned, some impacts proposed to the protection zone. Those would be mitigated with additional plantings to enhance the other portions of the protection zone that are not there. All right, thank you, Jenny. The majority of the proposed parking is kind of, to the north and east of the building, 48 spaces in a secured fenced lot. And that would be for the purposes of cruisers, staff vehicles, etc. The development code says for a public safety facility, how you compute the parking is basically one space per employee of the largest shift. Well, that's projected at 12. We'll throw in a factor of safety and put 48 out there, because staff will grow and maybe there's some additional vehicles, etc. That can be put in that area. That also be used for storage of impounded bicycles and some other materials. Out front, 6 public spaces are proposed. Our traffic engineers did some calculations and came up with a number of 2 based on the sort of public facing components of the building. So, there people come in and make appointments, get some paperwork signed, that sort of thing. So that was calculated at 2, but based on, trying to be conservative and talking with police staff, 2 didn't feel quite conservative enough, so we're proposing 6 out there to make sure that meets the needs of the public coming in and out. But again, that shouldn't be a huge demand, but we just want to make sure there's adequate numbers throughout. The building itself is about 11,000 square feet, and the topography is such that the stormwater would all drain to the east, to the right on the page, and there's a storm facility. Thank you, Jenny, right there. Kind of a two-stage storm facility with some sedimentation up front, followed by infiltration and retention. Jacob did point out that staff's recommending a 36-foot wide corridor be maintained parallel to Castor Road to allow for future eastward expansion. That would take a slight reconfiguration of the shape and dimensions of the storm pond, but it's certainly feasible. Basically, just to squash it in a different shape. I think that's the gist of the site plan. You can see some proposed trees to be planted there in order to enhance the site. And then to the right of the driveway, proposed sidewalk that aligns with the street improvement discussion that Jacob had mentioned earlier. Rather than spending money on improvements on the west side of the site that might have to get torn out in the future when the roundabout is constructed, staff suggested it would make more sense to spend that money on the east half. Okay, next up, we have a floodplain graphic. And this is, should be familiar based on what Jacob showed you. We've had a lot of conversation with Jacob about floodplain, and our engineers have scratched their heads and so forth. Basically, what I wanted to add to the discussion was just that the mushroom shape that Jacob was mentioning is really a function of Old Portland Road being elevated slightly, as well as there's where Milton Creek passes under the road. The opening's really not big enough, and so the water just starts to back up, and Old Portland Road sort of acts like a dam or a levee, and eventually it spills over, and so that's why there's this very strange shape that's wide, it spills over, and then it narrows almost like a funnel as it gets back to the creek. And so the blue blob is the 100-year flood, or the 1% annual chance flood, and then the tan blob is the 500-year or the 0.2% annual chance. So this is different than if it were just in a channel where the water would rise uniformly and then subside uniformly. Here we've got some very interesting dynamics. And so that definitely played into the site design and the proposed placement of the building and the secondary access and so forth. This is just kind of a zoomed in and colored version of the site plan, showing the shading here is the 100-year floodplain. So you can see that technically the building itself is out of the 100-year floodplain. There's a few things proposed in the 100-year floodplain. There's the proposed monument sign. There's a flagpole or flagpole and a half, maybe. Some underground utilities. All those things need to be adequately protected, so you don't have water intrusion into the utilities, et cetera. And that's a pretty standard procedure. But the gist of it is at least the building is out. Now, as Jacob mentioned, a strict reading of the development code would say, if you're outside the 100-year floodplain, then you don't have to think anymore because the rules don't apply. Well, that's fine and good, but this being a critical facility, it's really important that the design appropriately respond to the site conditions and take appropriate measures in order to make sure that, it's not just a legality. It's not just, well, we don't have to follow those rules, but instead making sure that it's actually safe and functional. So the next slide, we have overlaid in a slightly different shading, the 500-year. You can see how it'll sort of hug around the building, but the building will be elevated, as Jacob mentioned, more than 2 feet above the 500-year floodplain. And you may recall on one of his early slides, for critical facilities, the code suggests that where it's applicable, the building be elevated at least to the 500-year elevation. So this is a couple feet higher than that, just for safety and good measure. And then the brownish path going up to the top right, that's the secondary access for getting in and out in a manner that wouldn't be impacted by the proposed flood. I think that was all I had to say about flood. Now, Tom is one of our design architects, and he can wax eloquently about the building design.
Before we go, so I can ask you a question.
Yeah.
So I haven't heard if the secondary access would be used other than in a flood condition.
It would not be used in any regular course of operations. Theoretically, I suppose if there were burning debris on Old Portland Road and they had to get in a second way or something of that nature, they could come in and out there, but it wouldn't be used on a regular basis.
And I understand that the road varies in breadth. Some places as narrow as 15 feet. Why is that?
Correct. Good question. You can see, actually, it's right there, thanks Jenny, it does get a little bit skinny. So basically that was trying to minimize additional impacts. There's like this one section where it's pinned between a existing utility pole, existing culvert. As well as starting to get a little bit closer to the wetland. And so we're making entreaties to the fire chief that, hey, is it all right if most of it is the width you prefer? And then at this one spot, it narrows down to the 15 feet. So.
And if I may interject, when I talked to the fire marshal about some of the other things I mentioned, like the fire hydrant FTC, I asked him about that little 15 feet section and it didn't seem to concern him.
Yeah, we haven't, I think he would be very concerned if we had the whole distance at the 15 feet, but he understood that, you know, not disturbing the existing drainage and so forth. For the short distance, it sounds like he's okay with that.
Brian, I can add, we actually did have a conference call with the fire marshal and walked through that with him, and he was okay with our solution.
From McKinsey?
I'm Adrian Linton, project manager.
All right, thank you. Okay, you go ahead. I have questions about the site.
Thank you.
So Brian's covered a lot and Chief Greenway covered quite a bit. I'm gonna kind of round it out here pretty briefly. There's a lot of considerations on developing the site and the placement of the building. But going back to the very beginning, something that Chief Greenway mentioned was celebrating law enforcement and this public safety building in the community and in its presence and how it is visible to the community was very paramount in positioning on the site, as well as these other considerations. And so the reason why the building is where it's at is that it's going to be visible. And it also helps shield and tuck away the secure parking portion behind it. So it's not the part that you see as a visitor or a resident driving on Old Portland Road. So your visibility will be the corner, which is the public entrance, so that wayfinding and discernibility of where you can go if you need to come to this facility is very clear to you. So that was part of the reason why the building is where it's at. And then if you could go to the next slide. And so that's what we're looking at here is sort of that corner of the building facing the future roundabout improvement. And just the character of the building is meant to be elegant, simple, and timeless. The materiality is supposed to relate to this building, the historic buildings here in downtown, the museum, city hall building, dark masonry material, but in a more contemporary vernacular to sort of bridge the gap between the history and present and the future growth and development of the city. So that's one of the reasons why the materials were selected as there as a dark brick to emulate the stone. But yeah, the intent of this facility is to meet the current need, which is not being sufficiently met by the current facility, and to anticipate future growth and account for all the critical program and operations for police operations. So I think we've covered pretty much everything as far as site mitigation, elevating the finished floor elevation sufficiently above the floodplain danger and allowing clear discernible public access to the building. I don't think there's really a whole lot else to cover.
I have another question, a detailed question. Biologist. So why, I understand the tree removal for stormwater to building the parking lot. But why trees like 1 through 6 need removed? There doesn't seem to be any development going on there, not any utilities going through there. They're, blooming lone trees.
Yeah, they're gone.
Are they gone?
They're gone. They saw them all out and bulldozed them yesterday and today.
Oh, okay, well, never mind. I don't know why that was done.
Yeah.
It's on your plan, so I just wondered, I was gonna ask you what purpose does serve to remove those?
I don't precisely know where those specific trees you're referring to.
Right against Old Portland.
Yeah, so. Can we go back to that site plan? Maybe that'll help.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fair. There is some grading that's going to be happening on site in order to we lost Okay, we lost the chair. Yeah, so there's some site grading in order to properly account for floodplain and building paths and so forth. So I can only surmise it's got something to do with that, but.
Just as a planning commissioner, given that this was on the schedule and the trees disappeared.
The day before, yeah.
Not that it has anything to do with you guys, but it came as a surprise.
Yeah, I was
We'll talk.
not aware of that.
Definitely news.
Yeah, so in the grand scheme of things, 33 trees being.
I understand the numbers.
Yeah, but it is, yeah, it's a reasonable question.
And mature trees, so. Okay, does anybody else have any questions? For the applicant's team?
Yeah, the building is not what we're here to approve, but, it's all well and good for buildings, we are comics, and I think people like to see them. My issue with this site is moving as a long way out for. Last year, the building. Would be for the community, by the community, and it doesn't look like in a crisis situation like Cascadia Quake that you're gonna be able to get there. So that's my only issue on that is, doesn't matter, it's a beautiful building, but if people can't get there. I guess that's the floodplain piece and whether there's gonna be access. No, because I've been involved in emergency preparedness and they said if there's an earthquake. Everything's off. It doesn't matter how beautiful your building is if nobody can get there. So, but we'll have deliberations for more questions.
Okay, great. There's no other questions.
I've got one question. I build a little bit in the city and my first stop is Jacob every time before I can't go to step 2 without going through him. So why are we here now about this, which is probably the most important thing about the project? Floodplain and
I'm afraid I don't understand your.
critical. Don't understand.
No. I'm sorry, I don't.
You're building this in a floodplain.
Portions of the site have floodplain, yes, but the building is not in it.
And the road is not accessible in a flood. You're building a critical facility.
Right.
Didn't this go before us long ago? I'm asking.
Did it, or should it have?
I would think that's what I'm trying to say. It's usually the first step for anything.
This is the first step, right? So we're seeking approval of a conditional use permit for this facility.
City council chose the site without this approval. That's the piece that you're missing. The
How
site,
did you get this far?
yeah,
This much money spent and this part of the project is key.
We did 40 some pages of this just before we found out if we could.
that's what it is.
That's fine.
It's not them, they did their job, but.
So the volume of material in front of you is meant to give you as much possible information to evaluate it rather than a napkin sketch. So that's why they're detailed plans.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay, any other questions of the applicant? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, those who still are here, have an opportunity, to testimony in support of the application. We have testimony in support of the application. Neutral testimony, those are not in favor or nor against the proposal. All right. You're either. So how about testimony in opposition to the application? Do we have anybody who wants to testify?
Ready for your. First, I'll just start with 2 words, Matt Brown, who is a project manager, where's he? And what has happened to him and where to go, and he planned all this. So that should tell you something right there. And And I would also disagree with Chief Greenway saying that, oh, no one could oppose that we need a new police station. We don't need a new police station. I've been to the police station. The police station needs storage. The police station is more than adequate. If you took the garage and you took the storage, which it is overburdened with storage, and you built a storage unit, we can build a storage unit for a fraction of the cost of a new police station. And you build a secure storage station with a secure garage, and you remodel the police station, you could probably do that for $3 million instead of $12 million. We're spending $1 million in debt service for this station that we borrowed the money and have not built it. What we really need more than a police station is officers. No one addresses. The city council doesn't address it. In fact, they cut a position, which the budget committee actually said we want to refund, but I haven't heard anything about it and I've asked multiple times and no one has said anything about did that position get restored. And we should probably be taking the $10 illegal water bill tax and use it for funding 3 new police officers rather than a police station. And we only need those officers for a period of time while we have a transition, which we know is going to come. And once that transition has happened, we won't need that additional $10 of illegal fees. We can then use that money and save it, what a thought, for a police station or a remodeling of the existing police station, which would be a fraction of the cost. This building is in a flood zone. It is stupid to put the building in a flood zone. It's pretty clear that it's in the flood zone by all omission. And with the climate change that we're having now, a 100-year and a 500-year flood zone is probably half that, if not less. So if they're saying it's if a 100-year flood zone is probably a 50, and a 500-year flood zone is probably a 200-year flood zone at this point in time. They already have the rec center. Let them continue to use the rec center. I also worried about funding issues. Which again is not part of your decision, but it's part of your decision in that you can deny this permit and that issue goes away. I'd like to also know what is the cost of it cost. We already spent $1.2 million on developing this police station. That was then the Taj Mahal, which now we're going to redevelop it into this one. How much have we spent on that again? This has been a big, huge waste of money, as you sort of already indicated. That this decision is just now coming for you. We're already over $1 million into this cycle. And this is the first that you've heard about it, which I think is not acceptable. I think that this is a station that its time is not now. We need staff. And we need to concentrate on getting staff. And I agree that it's ridiculous that they cut down trees before you've had a single opportunity to say anything. Tells me that they assume that you're going to say yes, because there's a huge political pressure for you to say yes, and they all know it. And that's what they expect their decision to be. And I think we should say no and not succumb to that pressure. And they can come up with a better solution than this particular solution and at a fraction of the cost. The only thing I do like about it is the turnabout little area. To me, that's a great place, a place that Golden State and Tina Curry, one of several. So that's great, keep the turnabout there, so that's a good spot. But besides that, I think that this is a time that's not come. Get the staff. That's what we need. And then once we have the staffing issues resolved, then you can look at saving money for a police station and build a police station. Storage and remodel the police station, because that's what we need. And if you take an order, you will see the police station is more than adequate if you took out all the storage and you converted the garage. Which is half the station, half the size of the station. And again, it would be a fraction of this cost. Probably less than what we paid already in architect's fees to McKinsey. Thank you.
Thank you for honoring the 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes if you can. Anybody else in opposition to the application?
I may need more than 5 minutes, but I'll try and keep it 5.
You'll have 5.
Well. We'll see how we do. Stephen Kosky, citizen of St. Helens. And attorney at law. I thought I would go through some of the criteria that the commission must go through. And I make sure that we talk about what the job of the commission is, and that is when you have a judicial hearing like this, that the findings are supposed to be announced, and some of the findings that need to be had by the commission are and one announced by Chair Carey, which I think kind of brushed through all of these findings, the criteria. Criteria need to be met before a legal decision can be made. There's a brackets, and while you may come up here and say, you know, Mr. Toski, you have 5 minutes to talk. I want to make sure that we understand who I'm talking about. We just had the recent Maui fires where there was some, let's just say, lack of coordination of emergency personnel. And I think all of us can think back to times where there have been disasters where we've needed the people who are trained to help our people. We've needed them to come, we've needed them to respond. And there's a common theme in those events. And that is this: when our emergency responders can't respond, when our emergency responders are hampered in their ability to help us when we need them the most, people die. That's what I'm here to talk about. And that's why when I began and I sat here today, I said, I reminded you that you're here for the health, safety, and welfare of the people in the city. And that's what the laws are talking about when it comes to making decisions about things within a flood zone. 17.46.010, which is one of the criteria that you're considering here, statutory authorization. What the state of Oregon said was that we want the cities to look at what you're going to be able to build into flood zones and what you're not going to be able to build into flood zones. And we're going to have cities adopt a statutory framework to make sure that things are in compliance with what is built and what's in flood zones and what don't. And the city went forward with that, and they adopted 17.46.010, and they also adopted 17.46.050, which are all things that discuss building in a flood zone. And one of the findings of fact was the flood hazard areas of the city of St. Helens are subject to periodic inundation, which may result in loss of life and property, health and safety hazards, disruption of commerce, and government services. Purpose: it is the purpose of this chapter to promote the public health, safety, and general welfare, and to minimize public and private losses due to flooding in flood hazard areas by provisions designed (A) to protect human life and health. That's the number one. That's what we're talking about here. To minimize expenditure of public money and costly flood control projects, to minimize the need for rescue and relief efforts associated with flooding and generally undertaken at the expense of the general public. One of the criteria which you must find in order to move forward with the decision, you must find this, is, and the city has the burden of proof on this subject, is that 17.46.0506, which Chair Carey, critical facility. Construction of new critical facilities shall be, to the extent possible, located outside the city limits of the special flood hazard area. Construction of new critical facilities shall be permissible within the SFHA, only if no feasible alternative site is available.
I'll give you one more minute.
All right. City has the burden of proof in this hearing to prove to you as judicial officers that no feasible alternative site is available. There has not been a single bit of testimony about that. They have not come, it was incumbent upon them. And I went through who had the burden of proof, by the way. I don't have it. I found that law too, okay? And I can read it, but I'm running out of time. But what we did hear in the evidence, what we heard, the staff report was, this wasn't even considered or discussed when alternate sites were discussed. But even in the evidence presented in this hearing, there are many sites owned by the city that have viable alternatives. Site 2, which is Millard, Site 4, Millard property, Site 5, Site 2, and Site 8, all are potential alternate sites. Therefore, since there are potential alternate sites, this site does not qualify.
Thank you. For your time.
All right, I'm just gonna object because I think it's unreasonable that on something like this, that a citizen would be limited and maybe I have another minute to go. But I can tell you this, there was an hour presentation, the city, McKenzie, all the money and everything, and I'm here talking about human life, and I get shut off after 5 minutes. I'm just stating my objection for the record because we have a public hearing. But I can tell you this, in order to make a lawful decision, you must.
Sir.
All right, I suggest you make a motion that the criteria 17.46.0506 has not been met and the application is denied. Because it hasn't.
We're gonna limit these because we didn't have limits and we've got some meetings go to 1:30 in the morning. We have to try to support people that you know to listen and to get things done in a timely manner. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Any other?
Well, and I think those things should be tempered by the importance of decisions in that it is the most important decision on the record this planning commission has done. And that I'm the one that's actually cogently putting forward what the criteria that you actually need to decide and how you should go about making your decision under the law, which, by the way, is the biggest problem that we have here is ignoring the law and trying to get by it.
Do you have any other testimony in opposition?
I just want to do neutral.
Okay, okay, good.
Go back. All right. I'm Dorinda Ashok. I moved out here in 2005. I have a bunch of rentals. And they've always called the police. They've always been there to help me out. They've always been on standby. Just the other day when we had that incident last week, between 3rd and 4th Street, they were chasing that felon guy I heard. They ran right past me, but I in favor for the police, I guess. And if they needed a facility, I don't mind my tax money going towards it.
The other testimony in opposition or still voting on one? One testimony?
Nothing online.
All right, you still here? Would you like to have a rebuttal? Or is the chief online still?
Yes.
Okay. Or the chief?
Yes, sir.
If you have a rebuttal, this is your time.
No, my rebuttal will be, we're not talking about the need of the police station. We're talking about the location. And I would just ask that commission just keep that in mind. That, you know, it's not about rebuilding the police station or expanding it. We're talking about the location. And the other thing I like to say is I have been experienced in 37 years of law enforcement in many emergency situations. And I can speak as an expert that no matter what the situation, the police do not sit in a police station. The firefighters do not sit in the fire station. They're actually in the community. So the expectation would be that our first responders are in the community. I understand that their house, for a lack of a better term, would be possibly hindered, possibly, but it would not hinder the officers. We just celebrated 9/11 yesterday, and not celebrate, excuse me, remembrance. I apologize for that. We don't celebrate that, but 9/11 yesterday, where plenty of off-duty firefighters, police officers, federal agents rushed to the scene. Not one of them went to a firehouse, a police station. They go to where they're needed most, and this is no different. So when we talk about hindering first responders, I don't think that that would be an issue with us, and that's all. Thank you.
Chief, I have a question. Do you feel that the alternative access is big enough for getting the officers out to respond in an emergency?
Yes, I do.
You have some additional rebuttal.
Yeah, just with respect to the provision in the code about critical facilities. I alluded to this earlier, and Jacob has as well. Technically, since this building is outside the special flood hazard area, the SFHA, that provision of the code doesn't apply to this building. So as a planning commission, you would be on solid ground in terms of your findings, regardless of what some testimony here tonight may have suggested. I do want to reiterate, as we mentioned before, that even though the building under the code isn't subject to those provisions, the design has been put forth out of recognition of the flood risk, and that's why the building's elevated and the secondary access has been provided.
Is that secondary access improved? The new gravel road, what is it gonna be?
Not currently, but it's proposed to be paved.
I envision this gravelled.
Right, that was some of the conversations with the fire chief as well, like, okay, if it's gonna be skinny, then I want something nice.
Did I hear that if the trail master plan was implemented and trail was still there, that could use the emergency access, but trail might be a problem for security for the facility? No? Really?
Yeah, not necessarily. I mean, there's a security fence around the whole facility. Certainly, bringing people in close proximity to the police facility might not be the officer's preference, but as long as it's appropriately secured, I think there's ways to manage that.
This green line would be appropriate for that.
Right, so that was
red.
Yeah, the red passes through more of the protection zone around the wetlands. So that's some of the hesitation as to putting it that. So the green line, as Jacob mentioned, was shown as a future alignment. I don't know the timing of that future.
Yeah, we don't either, but master plan, but
yeah.
So does the stormwater facility preclude expansion? Talk about expansion, would it be a whole other units out at a distance from this unit or this facility, or what? How would expansion work with the stormwater on right between your property?
Well, you may recall from one of Jacob's slides that
the access road.
Right, do you have the one with the wetland?
Closer to the
The whole tax lot, yeah, it was one of the early slides. He's got one colored actually, like. Very close to the beginning.
Me.
We're just trying to.
Yeah.
Ability of the expansion zone.
Right, so I mean,
That fit.
basically, think of it more like a bifurcation, where coming in the driveway, you would either bear right to the new expansion area, or you would use the area that's proposed now, so. I don't envision it being, a single building unless another alternative would be if some of that secure parking were moved over to the side there.
When the building was expanded.
And the building was expanded into the parking. I can see
Right.
that.
Yeah, what expansion means.
Yeah. And that's another reason to sort of change the shape of that storm facility, so it's not quite the long linear blob.
You can change it at any time, probably.
Yeah, although let's do it once and not have to do it twice.
The last questions of the applicant or staff.
Russ Lowe, I see you talking, but we don't hear you talking.
You're muted.
Just talking to myself.
Did you have any questions?
No, not at the moment. I mean, I would echo some of Russ Hubbard's sentiments, and it feels like it's pretty late in the game to be discussing the flood zone aspects of it. Maybe I'm behind on it, but I kind of feel like we're putting blocks here. That's all I got.
All right. I guess it's time to end this hearing. No further questions from the commission and no further responses from staff. The public record is closed. This matter is returned to the table. Deliberations and oral discussion. Lots to unpack here.
I wore out my highlighter on this packet. Being on that committee, had an opportunity to tour the facility, and I would disagree with Mr. Preheim that clearly need a new facility, but neither here nor there is. And I support law enforcement here. I actually supported this facility, but I also feel a little duped. Like when we were looking at this facility, the flood issues, zone issues were so glazed over and quickly run through. It was hardly a discussion, so an issue with that. I feel like the biggest question in my mind is with the building itself not being in the floodplain, what applies, if you can't get to and from there. And I do agree with Mr. Preheim with all this catastrophic weather events that who knows what the 100-year and the 500 years is going to be. So the one thing that does stick with me that I had highlighted preparing for the meeting is the phrase only if no feasible alternative exists. I don't recall any discussion about when we were looking at the possible building of this facility of redeveloping the current site. I don't know how feasible that is.
Well, when they discussed the rebuilding the existing site, this is all rough, this has been 3.5 years ago. Is that it was, you're comparing apples to oranges, because you're comparing that giant community facility with the itty
And it
bitty
was a
building.
different
And so
project.
those are
Yeah,
animals,
they were
those weren't even the
different
same
projects.
animals.
Project.
I was on that committee also. And the PUD site came up as what was, I thought was a great site because it's
That was the one that
PG central, it's where the police
I
would
like
have
that site.
presence. And they would be there. It's a big site. And I was told by Matt Brown that it's not feasible because there's a little sewer line that runs through it. And so he said, he shut me down and he said, you gotta talk to Jacob about this. And so I was really just pushed off the committee and not wanted to.
Yeah, because I had bandwidth that I was interested in seeing that central site, that Holton site being more seriously looked at. Because it was right in the middle of everything, fully accessible to the community, wide open, pedestrian friendly. talk about wide open transparent, it was very appealing to me. And that was the only part I saw is these are the sites on the list, and then they came back later after I wasn't reelected and made the decision. But I didn't, like you, didn't know that it's the wording about the floodplain. If nothing else exists, and that's a whole different sentence.
Yeah. The other thing that I feel strongly about is we should hold the city to the same standard if the city requires developers to do street improvements, because I believe that roundabout won't happen in
my lifetime.
Yeah, as long as I'm driving. I don't think it's happening anytime soon. So the thought that you put it in to tear it out, well, you're gonna be tearing it out in 30 or 40 years because it's not gonna happen anytime soon. So I think we should hold the city to the same standard on the street improvements that we hold any.
Yeah, because if we're nickel and diamond a sidewalk, we probably shouldn't be building a building. You know, I mean, remember the middle school wanted to skip some stuff out there. And we're like, no, you're gonna build that sidewalk all the way in the building. I sat over there and advocated for safe routes to school. We've spent too much money making safe routes in this community, little by little, sidewalk by sidewalk, let's give it up. So I don't know where people are on all the conditions.
I was just gonna say, Milton Creek is not really in a channel. Very, very shallow, hits the bedrock and it's as far as it goes.
Water across.
It floods into McCormick Park long before the bridge.
Right.
And it spreads out through McCormick Park because it's just from the uplands. Where the
There's one
stream
of the
flows.
swing
So,
sets occur until June.
I'm not a hydrologist, I'm sure when it hits the road, it does spread out more and maybe the city needs to consider some bigger bridge, some other outlets for the water to really make that land more usable, less flood. It's an important property that the city owns instead of dumping a lot of property into money into the property, fix the flood problem. By just getting it, keep it in its channel, at least close to the channel. Not spreading out. Anyway, that's not what we're here for.
Right.
Well, that street's flooded and the police can't perform.
Well, they can get out the back road. No.
15 feet, but there's one's coming in and going out. But if one person in the city is compromised because there's a flood and they can't do their job, it should be on our shoulders.
I would feel more comfortable if that access road was wider, for sure.
Yeah.
But it's got a lot of maybe a lot of lots to do that. I mean, impacting the protection zone. To make it unsafe road is not the best compromise, but.
Well, and I guess I had thought originally, because I don't know where the lines are and all that stuff, I'm not a builder, but that parking lot where those apartments are. That kind of, the parking lot butts up to the Master Road property. I thought, that'd be a place to put those little bullards where you can get in and out in emergency, that they could just be pulled out and people would be able to get out. And if they can put them across the middle of roads in places in this town. But, I don't know what the option is, but I just know that I'm not super happy with this one. You have a motion, Russ? Are we there? I think we're all in the same place.
Say it properly.
Get your pencil out.
Well. I worked for the state of Oregon. And didn't have a good alternatives plan, I sent it back with. Seems like the bigger problem here, we are presented with an alternative. Why this one is the best, except for they like it best. For lots of reasons that they like, but.
It was
It
a
scored
developer.
number 2 on the floodplain stuff. It was actually not the highest scoring in that. I don't know what the scoring was, but
Whatever the score sheet was.
yeah.
But just like how many other developers have come here, and I mean, that guy that wanted to build that underground house with the retaining wall. Like, no, That was just last month, wasn't it? With the little retaining wall thing.
No.
Or a couple months ago.
If you look at it from their perspective, how often does the road flood over? I mean, it may be more often, but 300 days of the year, it's not gonna be flooded, let's say. I can't throw off the side, but and so does this location make sense? Regarding the flood issues. Think about that.
Well, and it's also a single home. Or a single road versus a facility that serves the entire community for another 50 years. This is not a one-day mistake, this is 50 years there. So where will the sea level and the river level be 50 years from now? I mean, I can't see through that crystal ball, but when the floodplain line is where it is. The smoke is there. Mr., are you the water guy? Marine biologist?
No, I'm not worried about it. Wetland scientist.
Yeah, wetland scientist, say it was something.
Well, I was very curious, reading through this, what your thoughts were, and an expert, you know.
I'm not a hydrologist. Hydrogeomorphologist.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm torn because I think we need this police station. I'm in support of the police station. I just don't know if we need it here, and I don't think that it happened the way it should have happened.
It seems like it would be expensive, but it would be a better compromise to widen the emergency access to a 2-lane road. And that could be, a secondary main access. And then it would be real, right? It would not impede their access going back and forth. They got to run into the station, where they got to back down the hill and someone's scooper coming in. I don't know.
What do you think, Zoom Russ? From the phone, Zoom Russ. He's muted. I just wanted.
I do think the access road needs to be widened. I think were that a normal 2-lane road, it makes it more doable. Otherwise, you're going to run into problems in an emergency situation, especially during flooding with, 2-way access.
Jacob, is there an issue with that being a 2-lane road? Is it topographical? What's the issue?
Well, I mean, on one side you have a rock wall, on the other side you have the protection zone. Now, like I said, there are some previous impacts in there, so it is the path of least resistance as far as, virgin impacts versus previous impacts. The one question, so our code for 2-way travel in a parking lot or something would be 24 feet, 12-foot lanes. And the question would be that pinch point where it's 15. I think it's probably doable, a little bit more impacts to the protection zone, but there's plenty of area to mitigate. Because it's just enhancing the protection zone elsewhere where there's a lack of larger woody vegetation. That would be one question, is that pinch point, but
So the reason why the culvert can't be modified?
if that's the condition, we can try to work with it.
That's a culvert, it's just a culvert. It's not.
Right, but when you touch the water, bad things happen. No, I just know because of wetland protections, there's people that get mad when we drive in the creek.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So does a culvert exit, is that the jurisdictional waterway coming out of the culvert?
The jurisdictional water, the jurisdictional waterway is on there. It's it's here. That is, yeah, Jenny has her cursor on it, but that's this point here.
Where's the culvert? So the culvert feeds that?
You know where the culvert's at better than me.
That's right. I think
Yeah,
that
it's
one's
right
right
here.
spot.
Okay, it's right at where the road narrows right there.
Could you modify that over so like it could be wider?
The culvert could be fixed. We were taking the.
Is that the only pinch point on that access road, or is it narrow in other spots?
Correct, that is the only pinch point. The rest of it, I believe, is 20 feet wide.
20 feet wide.
Yeah, that's the normal minimum for fire apparatus access. And we do have some street standards. I think some of our skinny street standards have 10-foot travel lanes.
You could pass two cars there, but the rock wall straight beside your car, right?
It could feel congested.
No, like,
It's a little bit a ways from the edge there.
Well-
We have a grade.
I don't wanna pull it up, honestly. I can though.
Yeah, we have the plan set.
Well, this should point me to the right page.
Yeah, one of our feet should have.
Do you know the sheet number?
15th Street, fully developed. At full width, Jacob, do you know? Two Old Portland Road.
I can't remember, to be honest.
It's like there's some weird
Right there.
evening in there.
Some hole.
We just redesigned the project. We made it-
Well,
It's
very valid.
It's
That's what we do.
it's a compromise, essentially.
So here's the wall, right?
No, that one's off. It's technically on the other side, of that wall, which you can see the really dense contours.
That's what
Updated.
it's abandoned.
Well, you're talking about this road. It's big enough for a fire engine.
That goes
You
to a
can't get
secure
up for
parking
another
lot,
exits,
That's what we're talking about, making it wider, so it could be two-way.
but it
20
only
feet's
goes,
not two-way.
But it'd be more than 20 feet then.
and it only goes to the locked parking. So it's only gonna be emergency access for other officers. There won't be access. for-
That's when they need it. That's what we're concerned about.
But the whole reason why it should never be on a floodplain unless there's nothing else available is for this reason.
But it's no longer in its new configuration, no longer a command center. Before when the ideal plan came out and it was gonna be the big command center, then. Not that anymore, it's just a police facility. Sure. We can get in and out adequately help people.
Does the police station need to be available for the public in an emergency?
It hasn't been for the last 3 years. You used to be able to walk in there, knock on the door, walk right in. But it's not open in that way anymore. And they have that building, 2 portables and the rec center. And none of them are open. At any hours to the public.
About the building, staff.
Well, it's a. Older. The community was important, it would be.
Officer Greenway said that the building is very important, but the work is officers are out patrol in their patrol cars. That's where they really, it all happens. It's a very important building, but policing is not in the building. I know it needs jails and all that stuff.
Well, I can't make a motion, but I propose that we accept it, but we widen that road to 24 feet. So it could be two-way traffic.
Well, I would make a motion to deny the conditional use permit, CUP 4.23, sensitive lands permits, SL 4.23. And floodplain as SL 5.23.
I'll second that motion.
And all in favor? What's up there?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Was that using denial? Denial.
And a motion for signature.
So seconded.
And all there,
Aye.
my signature? Unmute.
Raise your hand.
Aye, yes.
So. Now, as far as the signature. Normally, if you didn't do that. The matter would go to the next meeting so you can review the findings. In this case, you're trusting me to do it. Which is kind of weird as staff. I mean, I can certainly do it. But I just want to point out that the awkwardness in this case.
They were simple findings.
Yeah, I
They weren't splitting hairs.
And I'm not against it, I just wanna make sure-
Like, oh, wait,
Well,
but
let's.
we weren't splitting hairs on this. And
we
that's why
already
it
made
was
this-
pretty simple.
Made this, but, let's look at these red lines just to make sure that in his findings. Where that question, we agree with them. We're going to say that, but.
I mean, I got the gist of it. I just want to point that out in this case. Since the city is the applicant.
Okay. Anything in. You didn't actually grapevine it, you just. There you go, is that correct? Some of these things you did grapevine, you asked questions.
Yeah, some of them, a lot of it's, think about this.
Clarifications. Questions and clarifications is what you did in their proposal, like. Or little errors and little whoopses, you kind of, but I don't know, kind of things.
Yeah, that's
It made sense to me.
usually what the red, and it makes it easier for me to go back to the report. Because usually what's in red, are things where findings can be massaged depending on how it goes.
That's not it.
And a critical question for the commission, decision in the matter of if the size. That's what it was used. Basically, we're saying no. Provision of the floodplain.
We don't necessarily need to address all the findings that we deny. Because some of these findings are for. If approved.
That's correct.
Well, a lot of them. So the denial is based on. The floodplain and wetland. I don't know.
He also said the conditional use permit.
Yeah, it's all in the minutes.
I got it in a minute.
I know, she's trying the minutes.
Now, the conditional use permit.
Betina's on it.
We covered everything legally.
Anything about the access?
We didn't say anything about it because we denied the.
Yeah.
We don't need to mince words.
If you have a big denial, then you don't get down to all the little.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was an umbrella, the basic principle wasn't that.
I think we have enough basis.
So for clarification, again, probably for me is, now this could go, this goes to the city council, and they could just say we.
Now I need to reach out to our legal counsel and understand how the appeals process works in this case. Because it's different. Can the police department appeal? Can the city council appeal? I don't know.
And how do they appeal to themselves?
Yes, that's part of the legal question.
They go to Luba?
We go to council first.
Well, there's, our code says there's one decision-making authority and one appellate authority. But there's the wrinkle in there. It's gonna be a question for legal counsel.
I'm not sure if this last text works, then the final written decision of the planning commission may be appealed to the city council. Well, it's kind of.
That's the normal thing, and
the notice of decision will be mailed to all persons who testified or submitted comments that appeal deadline will be included in the notice. So is it only the applicant that can appeal? Or can those?
the applicant or any affected property owner. So it could be it's a third party. that appeals it.
Okay. Well, that was fun. No. Thank you for your time, folks.
Okay, and I just wanted to talk. Yeah.
Based on what you said.
Right.
Oh, thanks. So we do have another item. There's
Yes.
someone patient.
I was trying to find my agenda. Sorry.
Who's the patient?
No, I said they've been very patient, and they're waiting for their next item. I just want to be respectful.
Just trying to find it here. Well, go on here. Architectural review of 31 Callet Street. Never.
Great. So I can tee this up. So last meeting, we tried to talk about this. The commission had a lot of questions for the applicant that I could not answer. And now we have iPhone, which I think is Holcomb.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can see you and hear you.
Okay, good.
So we have Holcomb here to answer these questions. I don't really want to go through the whole memo again. The changes that Holcomb's proposing are summarized here. I can pull up the diagram and we can just start with our questions. Hopefully that's okay, given the late hour. Let me pull up the elevation. That's probably the best.
Can I just say, because I love to over disclose is, and I don't know that it's necessary, but I did get an email directly from the applicant regarding the specs on the windows.
Oh, yeah, I think Holcomb had sent an
Yes, to
image
you. Yeah.
of some accordion windows that I have, yes.
I know, I'm sorry, you were correct. I actually meant to send those to Jennifer Dimshow and Jacob, and I sent them to
So I'm like,
Jacob.
oh,
and-
I can send these over.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
sent them to Jennifer instead of Jennifer. Yeah, I sent them to the wrong Jennifer.
Yeah, and since
My
this is a-
apologies.
This is a recommendation, it's not a formal hearing or anything. So Holcomb, I don't know if you want to take it away, but I have your currently proposed elevation profile up. Maybe you can walk through very briefly, because it's 10:20, the changes from what they reviewed to the changes before them now.
Yeah, so fundamentally, the biggest change is that, speaking to building department, we wanted to move more directly towards a solution for ADA accessibility that did not involve an exterior ADA lift. So what you see here is a proposal where there's a sloping pathway down to a vestibule at a lower level, which will be in the next phase, a elevator vestibule, and there is the outline of the elevator tower, which would bridge to the building. That elevator tower and bridging are not a part of this. But what is a part of this would be ADA accessibility down to a lower level, which would be in the next phase, an elevator vestibule to all 4 levels of the building.
You're
So
not
that's the-
seeing the lift from the street.
There
You're
is no
looking,
lift.
There is no
The
lift.
ADA lift was removed.
Elevator.
How does he get to the restaurant floor if he's going down?
Yeah.
that's right. So in this phase, there would not be restaurant access. It would require the elevator phase.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out. I couldn't make any sense of the ramps going down. Was that gonna get you up to the restaurant level?
That's right. The ramp would go down because the lower level is closer to grade than the upper level. So this is like a phase towards ADA access to the restaurant, and we would try to kind of expedite the elevator, phase. But I spoke with the building department. There's kind of two reasons why this could work. One is because ADA access would comprise 25% of this budget. And the next reason would be that we might propose concurrent with this phase, a second phase. But either of those could be paths that would meet the requirements for building department. So that's the one fundamental change that happened here. You know, and we can talk about any questions related to that. There's a couple other changes that I can speak to, but do you want me to just outline them quickly, or did you want to talk about this ramp down?
Does everyone understand the access component, or does that make sense to everyone that?
So could you pull up the plan view?
Sure.
A18. The ramps.
Yep.
Right. Now Russ is out of the way. Get out of the way.
People over here.
Thanks, Russ.
So the old plan had the ADA lift right about here. Right. And instead there would be a staircase down to a door. And then there would be this long ramp down to that door as well. And then one day there would be an elevator. Is that right, Holcomb?
That's right.
Oh, the elevator would be at the lower level.
The elevator will be at all levels of the building. Yeah.
But it'll go clear to, I see.
One thing that struck with me is that when this becomes a hotel in future phases, it's not just for people in wheelchairs, it's for luggage, it's for strollers, it's for like all types of needs. It's not just for access to the restaurant. He's thinking long-term about access for that hotel.
The
So
ramp would go down on the south side of the building, get to the ground floor back there. Right.
Well, sure. The ramp actually does provide accessibility to the south side, which is at the top of this diagram. The door that we're looking at is actually facing west.
I got that. I got that. Just the ramp continues down around the corner.
It does.
Lower, even lower,
Sure be nice if the
or as low.
tower was on the south side of the building.
Well, that could, the tower, you know, I think we don't have enough for the tower.
Yeah.
It would not be nice in a sense that you would be moving the ADA accessibility extremely far from the sidewalk entrance. You'd be moving it extremely far from the historic office, which is going to become our lobby. And you'd also be kind of coupling it with the future intended fire stair, which will be on the south side.
Yeah, I think it's a great option. My one question was for us to approve where the elevator is going to go. You have a big shaft coming up, and a dotted line really doesn't tell us too much about what it's going to look like.
So this would come before you again. I think the Holcomb, correct me if I'm wrong, but you would apply for building permits for the elevator at a future phase in which this would then go back before the commission.
That's right.
So as far as we're concerned, the ramp goes down to a door to the basement.
Right. And one other thing on access that I remember from previous conversations with Holcomb is that in the long term, if we had gone the ADA lift route, a customer would have to then, if they had a luggage or whatever, would have to take the ADA lift one level up to get to the restaurant level and then enter an elevator to get up. So this avoids that. It's just one ramp down, elevator all the way up.
Good idea.
So it avoids the lift altogether.
So with all this remodel, he's not going to require you to have an elevator for the restaurant?
That's right. There's kind of two paths forward. There's a clause for ADA access, which is that if you spend 25% of your budget achieving ADA needs, you don't need to spend more. So that's probably what we would qualify for here.
In this case, the budget is solely focused on the covered patio addition, not the larger budget of his entire project, which would then trigger the elevator.
Right.
Just to
Sure. And then the other way is that you can phase it so that we can present this as a phase, and a next phase would complete the access, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So architecturally, do you want to talk about those components, Holcomb?
Yeah, there's a few other changes here. again, yeah, we were thinking about we got into the details of the use. The lower level of the covered porch addition is not going to be, a public space. It's going to be an extension of the basement for now, but we wanted to preserve it for the possibility of, public space in the future, which would of course go before you again, and there's intensification of use and parking and all sorts of other requirements at that time. But just to make it more ready for that, there's a window you see in this elevation and a door you see in the southern elevation. Those are all kind of the same, historic guideline qualifying materials. So these are 3/4 light wooden doors, and they are wood frame windows. So that's one detail that shifted, just to make the lower level more ready for future use, if we'd like to sort of put that before planning and you. And then the other thing that shifted is thinking about the sort of seasonal use of the porch. We wanted to add what you see as accordion folding windows that would be, they're a type of wooden framed window that is an in-swing bifolding window. When they're open, they collapse on the interior of the building, and when they're closed, they just form a kind of wind and rain screen. Because when we were talking about it, like the difficulty of sort of the inclement seasons and the winds and things would be hard to manage with like drapes or plastic or curtaining. So there was an adjustment to the design for that. So that would be the changes. Yeah.
I think I even remember at the last meeting, there's a lack of detail about how you would use that patio seasonally, and they didn't want to see just like curtains thrown up there or like something that would age poorly or something like that. I remember a discussion about that. And so
plastic
wood accordion windows solved that.
I like it.
Open in summer, closed in the winter.
What's the new articulation detail on the banister?
Yeah.
Right.
So there is an aesthetic shift there, and this also sort of came up at the meeting, was some idea of articulating the banister. So the idea was the building currently has sort of a waterline trim that kind of goes around it. We wanted to sort of include that here, which is just that horizontal band of trim you see. And then we wanted to extend the relief of those turned columns down to that point, so that it would visually kind of look like a full height column. And then it would be a closed, it's not a banister, it's the same kind of vertical wood tongue and groove style that is currently around the apron of the building, we would use as the exterior banister. And the reason we want that to be opaque, and I know I talked about this last time, is that we'd want to be able to put banquette seating on the other side of it, because that's sort of the most flexible form of seating for a restaurant. A big bench at the back, so that you can have 2 tops, 4 tops, 6 tops, 8 tops, anything you'd like along it, as opposed to an open banister, because then you'd be looking at sort of the back of a bench. So yes, I guess the overall shift is that it's more architecturally articulated with the existing kind of architectural elements.
Any other questions for you, Russ, online, Zoom Russ?
I'm good.
Okay.
I got a question, just more of a question about the restaurant service. Are you planning to coming out to service the patio through the basement there, the basement door? Service the patio?
So currently the restaurant service would go down the stairs we're looking at on the right.
Okay.
So the window you see though, our idea is that one possible future use of that lower space is as an expansion of the restaurant. And it could service that via that service window, the patio. That was partly why we wanted to add that window and then the door around the corner. I mean, specifically what we were thinking about is if one day the hotel opens and we want to have a late night space, you know, like a bar or an expansion of the restaurant that would open later, that space down there would be the logical space. Because the restaurant would interfere with the rooms above it.
So is the door on the south side, how does that conflict with your ramp, your ADE ramp back there?
Well, the south side would be kind of behind the stair to the right. We're not really looking at it in this view.
Yeah, I know. It's a A2.13. It's the
Sorry, let me zoom out a little.
exterior elevations, to the same, south elevation.
South, okay, maybe it was further back. Here we go.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's the door there.
But as you can see, the dotted line of the ramp going in front of the door.
Canyon wall there or something.
There's well, that's interesting. There's a step, I believe.
Well. It's not under the porch, right? Oh, it is under the porch?
It's under the stairs. It's kind of in line with the porch, like it's in line with the, you know, the windows above it.
Yeah. It'll be the ramp. You might have to enter from the east side of that. Under the landing.
Yeah, that.
Ramp.
I think there's actually a step. It's not very clear, but there's kind of a step down where the stair line the stairs go up, and if you look right where that stair ends and go straight down, there's a step there. I think if that makes sense.
Got an ADA ramp there. Anyway, I'll stop. It's okay. You can figure that out.
Now, do you have any thoughts on the service window? I mean, a slider isn't very architecturally correct. Maybe there are casements that go out or something, or what are your thoughts? I see it says wood window on that new window you're adding, talking about.
Yeah, actually, it's supposed to I think we're kind of looking at a slightly older version of the same. There's a change, which is that window should actually be a single pane wood in-swing casement window it's not a slider. It's the style, it's an awning window that would be an interior swing awning window. I mean, you could even write that into your approval. It's not a slider. It's not supposed to be that. It's an in-swing wood casement window. Yeah.
Okay. Sliders are good. Service. I mean, I've had 2 restaurants.
I know, but.
I understand that. You got weather, you know, when the weather's not right.
Yeah.
You gotta. Service. Yeah.
Can I get a motion with that added change to the window?
So what kind of motion are you looking at?
A motion that Holcomb's proposal complies with the architectural guidelines as submitted with the basement window change.
So moved.
Seconded.
Beer?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Great. Hey, Holcomb, thank you for staying through. I don't know.
Oh, no problem. It's always
4 hours of that. There is a little bit of an FYI item. If you stick around for 5 minutes, you might find it interesting.
okay. I'll stick around. And I just wanted to say, just as another, like my FYI, there is a chance that in 3 months or something, I'll be back here saying, and we're going to pitch the elevator, because we are actually actively trying to finance it, because we'd love to do this all at once.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. So yeah, we're moving forward with this. We're submitting to building. We're moving forward because this is the Main Street grant, and we have to get it moving. But yeah, I just wanted to put that in there. So if you see me in 3 months, that's why. Yeah.
And chances are with your luck, it'll be another very long meeting when you show up again.
Well, last
It's
meeting
always
was quick
elus-
too. We're only here.
it's always elucidating. Yeah.
Okay, so for this FYI item, I teed you guys up for this, and Russ Lowe, I know I don't have your score sheets for you. But I do need some discussion about what candidate should go for second place. I wrote down, so it looked like Jennifer had the county as her second place. Ginny had the Klondike. Russ Lowe, you also had the Klondike. Dan Perry, you also had the Klondike. Charles Kastner had the county, and Russ, you had the county. So that's 3-3. And it's literally like 2 points of a difference. So I'm hoping that maybe a discussion would help one of you sway which project you'd like to be a backup project. What's happening with the first place project on 3rd Street is their contractor, and this was my fear because it's an insurance. They are struggling to get the restoration contractor to comply with her architectural or historic preservation guidelines. And there's a deadline for this. I can't just keep waiting for compliance. Otherwise, we're gonna have to return the funding. So I've set them a hard deadline. If they can't make it, I need to move on to the next person.
I could move towards the Klondike because one of my just scoring points was the applicant had proved financial resources to match the grant.
Yeah, the Main Street grant.
And so I could get behind the Klondike.
I'm sitting here going, I can go Strand. Like you, they're all so close.
They are very
close.
close.
Yeah, I know the county has a substantial funding source that's funding the clock tower restoration without our. So I would say that. This is a $17,000 award. The county's project was $175,000 just for the clock tower restoration. That's what they submitted. And the other person that had the county is not here, so I feel like if everyone's cool with it, can we move with Klondike as our second place?
Yes.
He is here, I see him.
Yes, I'm a yes on that.
You just scooted him out of the way.
Yeah,
I already have the Klondike, so.
yeah, okay, I just really needed one person to switch, so sounds like we're cool. Okay, is everyone cool with that? Russ, you're good on
Yep.
that?
Good.
Awesome. So Holcomb, you may hear from me in a couple of weeks about getting $17,000.
Thank you.
Great.
Lunch money.
We do have a couple more FYI items. They're quick though. One, no joint meeting tomorrow, that was canceled.
We canceled it the last time we met, remember? We said we're not.
Yeah, the council confirmed it, so just, and then also the planning commission interview committee conducted the interviews yesterday.
Oh.
And we had 3, 1 dropped out, it was down to 2. They recommended David Rosengard. And so the question is.
You're laughing.
Third Street, that's the applicant that's.
Oh, small world. So the protocol, if the planning commission as a group agrees with the interview committee's judgment, which includes Councilor Gunderson, then you would want to make that a motion, so then it can be brought to the next council meeting for a formal appointment, which is just next week. So pretty efficient timeline.
There was, if anybody needs any further details, there was for me a clear difference in the interview process and the application process. He's another attorney, so that maxes out that he's an animal rights attorney, so fight for animal rights. And of course, I loved him because he has a strong interest in historic preservation. Moved here. One of the reasons was he wanted to live in a home and trying to bring his house back to Butcher box and forth, so that really worked for me. And he was very well prepared. engaging, and the other guy was very nice. And it just, for me, it was.
Clear choice.
Clear choice, yeah.
And were you with, who else was on that?
I was,
Okay.
yeah, we had one person that would like to hear anything, was a good, boy, and he's a nice guy. And
Good husband.
oh,
I didn't need to wake up.
guy breaking the door, he's trying to get out of here.
They got shot over there.
That's the one drop.
Ready, get shot. Actually,
Yeah.
throwing things.
And one of the questions I always like to ask is, have you participated in city business at all? Have you watched a meeting? Have you attended a meeting? Have you, why now? And so that was a clear difference to me too.
Yeah, he'll put a lot of thought into the process, so.
So it sounds like we have consensus to go with the recommendation of the committee for you to take back.
Does someone want to make a motion? And
So moved.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Cool.
I just need
Jack,
your.
you- Mark, do you have anything you wanted to add for this information? Give you
No,
the.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Record your decision on public safety slash. I don't agree with that.
Okay,
But, I know, I respect your decision on the police station, public safety, whatever we're gonna call it. I don't agree with it. It is what it is. And I agree with, both Russ on this. David. Yeah, he was. I think you're trying.
Okay. Thank you.
I had, feedback for you, just, you just know that I travels, that the only grass that's green in our city is in the middle of a baseball field. And long-term evergreen shrubs have died where there are sprinkle rivers right next to them. And it's like, that's, you know, on a really fundamental level, why are we building a building when we can't even keep the roadies alive? You know what I mean?
No, I agree. I get it. I get it. I
It just-
totally understand.
It's like, you know, when I go out to community, I mean, granted, nobody sees me here, but I think about when I used to be counselor about representing the city, it's like, are we keeping the people safe? Are we keeping the parks, being good stewards of our land? And, you know, talking about the broadleaf arbor and all those folks and folks with disabilities and folks that are on low income, like that they're disposable human beings and that doesn't matter. It's like that should be a priority to keep those people safe and respected on Gable Road just as much as on Great Cliffs Drive. To be just as important. And so that's when I see stuff going by the wayside, I'm like, when, you know, and I mean, it's not targeted to anybody. The city's had a lot of change in public works in the last 3 years. And I think that's just evident of the institutional memory is not there of how all that works in August. So, I mean, it's unfortunate that, you know, if some of those old timers hadn't retired, those things would have been taken care of. So it's just sad. As a community member, I'm, you know, I work very hard for the community. I'm out there all the time trying to do the right thing. But when people ask me, what happened there? And it's like, talk to the hand. I don't want to hear about it. It's not my job. But I pass that back to the council that, you know, not everybody plays baseball. And not everybody lives at, you know, Broadleaf Harbor, but when we treat them like that whole corner, like it's second class. You know, its water rises to its own level. If we act like it's not worthy. And that they're not welcome citizens in our community. What are we saying for businesses that might want to locate out here? You know, it's like, it's still development. It's still development in a corner that I didn't think would ever get developed because of all the things around it. You know, it could end up being a wonderful place that saves a lot of at-risk youth from homelessness. You know, so I just, you know.
I went to the transfer station.
You worked at the transfer.
I went to this transfer station quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I moved out here in '95, so I remember what that corner looked like, and you drive down that street and it's like. The Golden, whatever, Broadleaf Harbor doesn't look so bad. I mean, all that landscaping, if you go look over at St. Helens Park Apartments, whatever those are. That's a beautiful complex once it gets established. So it's like, you know, those are people's homes and that's their children and that's their family. And I just want to make sure we're, at least in this building, treating those people with respect. That's somebody's mom, somebody's sister, somebody's cousin. Not mine, but somebody's. But thanks for being here. I appreciate you.
Yeah,
Toughed it out the whole night.
that's because I ate a sandwich before I got here.
I actually appreciate the fact that you said you don't agree, because I'd kind of like to know that when we make decisions, we don't agree. I mean, if you, like we discussed after the meeting the other day, that we would appreciate your support to go to city council and support us, and if you don't, I'd like to know that, like you've demonstrated now, so.
I don't know if it's like, I understand the concerns. I just think that it's well mitigated. Risk for when. But I get where you're coming from. And that's the point. I guess it's gonna kind of hard for me in this new role, really, it is new. It's trying to figure out where I fall into place with, like, I don't want to take it away from you guys. I don't want to, you know, force what I think the council's decisions should be, or what the council wants on you guys. It should be an autonomous body, right? And so it's a little confusing to me as to why I'm here. And I guess that probably came off across wrong when I first started here. But you know, it's just to take things back to the council, right? And say what you guys, you know, the barometer for what you guys are feeling, how you're feeling about it.
And vice versa.
Yeah, and I get that. So I mean, I'm sure, you know, there's gonna be some that are not happy, but there's never gonna be anybody that's happy. So
Right, there's been a
what
lot
I
of
do about it,
change.
you know, so that's it, really. Like, I'm always kind of confused. I'm like, am I doing the right thing? I don't know. I really don't. There's no handbook.
You gotta go out and get her own switch, John, out there, which
And while we were in here, there was a major accident and they closed Gable Road right there at Johnny's. Yeah, got a text.
Oh, really?